Hello, my mouth is burning. Smiles. Oh, there's an update for SpeakerBot. Let's install it while we have this few spare seconds. I know how you feel. I have no spicy noodles for my cheese. What the heck? No spicy noodles for your cheese? How can you live? Oh, goodness grief. Fuck, thank you for the 14 months, my love. Okay. Let's like keep VTube Studio open on my phone. Stop turning off phone? What the heck? Hi. Okay. Hi, let me say hi to everybody. Kiwok, thank you for the 46 months with tier 1 sub. Thank you for the 46 months. That's crazy. Thank you. Salah, thank you so much for the 18 months with Prime. Thank you. 18 months is 1.5 years. 46 months is 3 full years, I believe. No, that's definitely not it. Hello? Math? Almost 4 years. It's 2 months off from 4 years. That's what it is. Kiwok, thank you for the nearly 4 years, by the way, together. Sala, thank you so much for the 1.5 1.5 years together. Log, thank you for the 14 months, by the way, darling. Thank you for the tier 1 at 14 months. Thank you. Or 14 months at tier 1. Brain is a little silly. Happy 4 years on Twitch, okay? Thank you. And Eid Mubarak, my lovely. Thank you. Gonna point out how stupid it is that Twitch removed the ad-free feature of channel VIPs. Has that ever happened? Because genuinely, from the time that I've been on Twitch, I do not recall where VIP ever had ad-free viewing. Dude, mods have never even had ad-free viewing, which is wild and obscene, but you know. Shrug. Thank you guys all again for the almost hype train, by the way, my lovelies. Thank you. I hope you guys are having a fun time. And Eid Mubarak, my lovely. Eid Mubarak. Yeah, I was gonna say you got that backwards, by the way, Salah. You literally got that backwards. Also, what happened? Too many redirects. You are Why is my Why is my streamer bot like having a fritz? What? There we go. Nope. Okay. Hey chat, say something real quick. I want to see if my thing is correct. Okay, it's working. It's just that if I click on the Twitch side of things, I think it breaks. That's a little stupid. But that's fine, I guess. Oh well. But hello. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome, welcome. I hope everybody's having a good time. Oh, that is definitely not what I'm trying to do. Anyways, I hope everyone's having a good time, good day, good night, wherever it may be. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. I know I'm an hour late. I am gonna be real with you. Brain is so unbelievably exhausted. So I am so severely sorry. I don't know if maybe it was today. Genuinely, maybe it was because it's today. And today's just so busy with a lot of different things that my brain just would not shut up. And like it still is like trying to run at like 3,000 miles per second right now, right? But I could not sleep. I could not sleep at all. I'm still exhausted. Like even thinking about sleep right now is having my eyes feel heavy now. Now I want to sleep. But I did end up sleeping like an extra hour-ish or something like that. That's why I pushed stream back by an hour. So that's what happened. That's why I streamed an hour late. But I could not sleep. So today's Eid, so Eid Mubarak, my lovelies. So I had Eid prayer this morning, which means I had to get up, get ready, etc., etc. I had my train stuff, so I literally rushed to do train stuff before like I went out. Today's my dad's birthday, so I don't think my dad wants to do anything, but I had to start thinking about that. The anniversary was today, didn't really have much to do, but I will say, oh, that's concerning. Sync. Oh, me? Oh, I'm a little silly. Did you manage to get more rest? I got more rest after I did the hey coffee bad idea, which by the way, that's probably why I still ended up staying up much longer. Not only because of like the brain, but apparently the coffee wired me so much harder than it usually does. Usually the coffee will crash me out. This time, for some reason, this time it worked, and I actually stayed awake, and I did not want to stay awake, so that, rough. Godzilla attacked the bay, and you had to evacuate. What the heck do you mean by that? But, yeah, things have just been, brain is, like, all over the place, so today has not been, it's not that today hasn't been a good day. Today barely is a day for me right now, right? But poked fingers. Yes. I don't really have much that we're gonna be doing today. Today is just a hey, we're talking, we're yapping. I'm gonna put on some music so it's not just me talking in your ear and there's nothing else in the background. You were listing off the reasons. Oh yeah. You know, Godzilla did attack the bay. Had to leave it. From the Bay Area. You guys know me, LA girly. Who I'm actually from the Bay. And so on and so forth. Let me see. What's a good playlist to just have in the background that isn't gonna be too overbearing? Ooh, hold on. Let's put on something that I haven't had in a very long time. Some of the original music I've ever put on in my streams. Oh, I'm so gonna fall asleep to this. Oh, hell yeah. But there is one thing that I wanted to do, and I wanted to actually do it, started on Monday, so technically speaking, this has been starting on Monday, but because I didn't stream since Monday, or since Friday, really, I haven't had the opportunity to show you guys this, but hi, if you guys subscribe, we're doing a test for this, and we might as well do it as a test for this week. If you guys subscribe, I believe it's 5 subs, then you guys can get a very specific and customized badge, which is the original Sunshoe badge. And so I've put the original Sunshoe design as a badge because I thought it would be super cute, you know. And I was like, you know what? I wanted to test it out, and I was like, what is something that I could do, and especially for the anniversary. And I thought, you know what? The Sunshoe design the original Sunshoe token that I've ever used sounds perfect, right? So I did that. It looks like this. This is what original Sunshoe looks like. You know? And I thought it was too cute not to attempt. So yeah. So yeah, smiles. Sleep well all. Goodbye or good night. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, no. Sorry. Weird. Okay, it just showed me the last messages from my... Okay, so clearly something is being a little stinky regarding the overlays for chat. Good to note. Okay. Is there a way for me to put this as a thing? It literally showed me the previous it showed me the previous messages from the previous stream. Well, I went, oh, but yeah, anyways, silly cute Sunshoe. So I was like, you know what? Let's have silly cute Sunshoe as our like test starter badge. But hey guys, we have customizable badges now. We have customizable badges. Yippee! So we can make very silly cute customizable badges for other things. I'm so tired. OBS is sending you visions of viewers going to sleep. Actually, I was like, when did Ikabi get in here? And then I realized it's literally from the last stream. And I'm like, huh? OBS, what? So, smiles. Anyways, yes, we have a time. I haven't even taken a bite of my, I literally have not taken a bite of my, noodles. But yeah, clearly the world is telling me to go to bed. Clearly the world is telling me that I need to get wrecked or something. Wow, we're really going back to old school stuff. I have no idea what old school is like. Well, if you guys didn't know, Streamer Cafe is a free, royalty-free, like music that has been made for streamers. And I used to have this in my background for a lot of my streams because I wanted to obviously have royalty-free music so then you guys can have this music in the background. Obviously, because I just put this on, this is not going to be on the recordings for anything because I think YouTube will not be happy with me having this either way. Ah, spicy! Ah! Oh my god, it's so hot. I added way too much more spice than I should have. So ow. Also, oh my god, no, no, no. My going live did not go live, so I have to put that we went live. There we go. I was wondering, I'm like, what's happening? And then I realized it's because my Discord did not, say that I went live. So, smiles. There you go. There we go. Now we'll have the community who is coming in from Discord pop in. Oh my god, I am cold right now. Yeah, literally I just now got the notification for going live. I had to post it. My bot didn't go off. Smiles. For like the last 20 minutes, my bot didn't go off. Smiles. It's okay. Log Neo, thank you for your daily coin. 3well, happy streamiversary, Oka. Ha, thank you. Congrats on 100 years of LadyOka. Oh my gosh, 100 years. Crazy. Such is the way. Hi streamer, happy anniversary. Thank you, Star. Thank you, Big. Well, I guess I'll go hide in a corner. No, you're not allowed to. What the heck, swordsman? What the heck? Alrighty, I'm freezing, but also, guys, this is gonna be atrocious. I'm like freezing physically, but the noodles are gonna burn me up on the inside. Hold on. I'm trying to get my heated blanket. But if I put on my heated blanket, I'm definitely gonna be like so eepy. Chat, if I fall asleep on stream, are you guys going to leave me? Are you guys not gonna tuck me in and like tuck me into bed and read me a bedtime story? Hello? You could grab another blanket. Oh, I know, I'm grabbing my heated blanket. But because I'm grabbing my heated blanket, smiles. I'll make sure to wake you up. How? I don't know, but I'll figure something out. Yeah. You know what I'll do? I'll make it funnier. I'll have myself muted in Discord. So if I decease, if I decease, I don't think I'm actually gonna fall asleep, by the way, chat. These noodles are so hot, it's actually straight up burning my mouth. If I fall asleep, then one of my moderators can literally come into the call and like yell in my ear. You know, oh my gosh, happy 4-year anniversary, Onka. Thank you, wondering. I'll give you a call at least once, then it's tucking in time. Also, Kiwok, you have my phone number. You could call me. It's not gonna work, probably, but you could call me. No, I won't fall asleep, chat. I will be comfy cozy, though. Freeman! Thank you for the 5 community subs! Freeman, that means you will be the very first person ever to have L Sunchu badge. The original Sunchu badge. So that'll be fun. Also, that's crazy. Kiwok, thank you for the 5 community subs. Thank you. Oka used rest. It's super effective. Mod used nightmare. It is severely effective. Hold on. Let's do this. Thank you for I think this is like the 3rd near hype train, by the way, chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's do this. 5 subs equals original Sunchu. Let's see, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to make this cute for you guys. Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you. Oh my god, it's so freaking big. Big! Thank you for the 200 biddies. Thank you. Is it like this? I think I need to do it like this. Another thing about it. Hold on. Chat, 1 second. I'm trying to do this so that people understand what happens. There we go. Does this make sense? There we go. Thank you, my lovelies. Thank you. So Kiwok, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Huge baby boy, happy anniversary to Miss. Thank you, Ace. I will now be the second person ever to get the Sunshine badge. That is very true. If you guys can show off your Sunshine badges, I'm hoping that you guys actually like got it. By the way, we've never tested out the custom badge. We've never tested out the custom patches because it's still new, so it should be literally like the Twitch icon. So like it should be a Twitch badge, like similar to like the VIP badge, the founder badges, the Final Fantasy badges. You should be able to get it. If you don't, or if you can, turn them on. I want to see them. But yes, by the way, thank you so much, Big, for the 200 biddies, Kiwok for the 201 biddies, Log for the 5 community subs. Thank you guys for the hype train, guys, my lovelies. Thank you. Imagine having one big hype train when you could have had 3 near hype trains. I know, right? What's it called? That's so silly. Thank you. Looky, the badge, the chat. Look at it. Stare at it in wonder. Thank you, Log, for being the 3rd person to get the badge. Star, thank you for 1 community sub, by the way. Thank you, lovely. It's under the customizable badges. Yes, it's under the customizable badges. Oh my god, look at him! Look at the original Sunshoe. Look at the baby. Oh, I just remembered. Wait, technically speaking, I'm using the wrong image of the original Sunshoe design. It is the correct one, don't get me wrong. It's just that it was the rounded edge. Sorry, my original Sunshoe token is what we are showing off today. The original Sunshoe token is what we have. And so, thank you so much, my lovelies. Thank you so much for the level 5 hype train. Thank you. I appreciate it immensely. Thank you. Da baby. Engar, thank you for the 10 community subs, lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, if any of you guys are getting a sub from anyone or anything, then please make sure you guys go give a little bit of love and kindness over to that person. You can find out who specifically gave you a community sub. I just realized my V-Bridger has not been on. Oopsies. Sorry, my mouth has probably been like very ooh. But thank you so much, my lovelies. Thank you. If you got a sub, then make sure you say thank you to your respective person. You can find that information out in your what's it called? You should be able to find it out in your sub page. Styles. But thank you, my lovelies. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. Seriously, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much for the loveliness. Also for the level 6 70% hype train. Thank you. With that, I will take another bite of spicy noodles and burn my mouth again. Ow! It's so spicy. Also, I did a little research, and as is proper, Piplup is super cool in Pokemon Unite. Yeah! Let's go. You know what I just thought about? Log, you and me, we can have Piplup and Turtwig, like, custom badges if we ever decide to do, like, a Pokemon thing. And that would be super cute. I bet you were thinking about snacks. What the heck? Sunchu was thinking about snacks. Heck yeah, welcome everyone. Hi, Engar. Oh my gosh, thank you. A vent duel match, it would be so cute. It would be so cute. It would also be cute. Hear me out. It would also be super cute if, it would be super cute if we had it where it was like half of a heart, right? So like my half of the heart had Turtwig and your half of the heart had Piplup. So the community that gives it can like have literally half a heart and then the other one works. Like that would be so cute. That would be so cute. Also, you know what I want? Hold on. I think we need to celebrate the anniversary properly, right? Let's celebrate the anniversary properly, chat. Bum. Hi! Oka bean. Hold on. I'm too short. I need a step stool real quick. Hold on. Be right back. Grab. Okay. Hold up. Bop. Hello, chat. We're Baby Oka again. My very first live 2D model. Hello. You know, the reason why we become Oka Bean is not for any very vitally important, no vitally important reason. The only reason, the exclusive reason, is for this hype train. Guys, are you gonna really let the hype train be at level 6 for the anniversary? Oka Bean can be mad at you. Regular Oka can't be mad at you. Oka Bean can be mad at you and be like, what the heck? Is this all that I am to you? I'm joking, by the way. I'm really joking. But it would be very funny to go be like, so chat, is this what it is? Also, technically speaking, the bonk doesn't work anymore right now. Haha. Oh my gosh. There's like a little green hue to me. I just realized. What the heck? Anyways, thank you so much, by the way, for the near hype train. Thank you. Oh, guys, I've missed using Oka Bean's emotes. Guys, sorry, not near hype train. We have gotten a hype train. We have about 20 seconds until the hype train is over, my lovelies. Thank you so much for spending time with me with that. Thank you. It needs like 3 subs in order to continue the hype train, but I appreciate you guys immensely. Thank you so much for the level 6 hype train. We are pretty much gonna go through it. She's too short to be bonked. Oka Bean at least. Rah! Anyways, thank you so much for the hype train, my lovelies. Thank you. Oh, by the way, as a slight note, first off, if you guys got any choo-choo emo, what the heck is this emo? Emu load? What the heck? But if you guys got a new emote from the hype train, please use it. But hey, Pokes Fingers, keep this in mind. This original Sunchu badge actually only lasts for like the next 2 days. I didn't get to bring this up. I should have probably brought this up. This badge only is going to last till Friday. Till the end of Friday is when this badge will be here. Afterwards, the badge is not going to be here. So if you guys want this Sunchu badge, you have to, it is going to be limited to today, tomorrow, and Friday. So that's not technically really my choice. I was going to do it. It was going to be up for this entire week. It technically has been up for this entire week. I just have not talked about it this entire week because I keep forgetting about it. So smiles. We're getting trolled by Oka Bean is crazy. But yes. Is the customized badge a limited thing or permanent? It is a limited thing to the channel. As in, like, you can only get it for these next 3 days, but it will be permanent, as in you get to keep it if you get it once. So that's why that's what's currently happening. So yes, if you guys want it, then it is only available for the next 3 days. Today, tomorrow, and Friday. Again, I'm so sorry. I should have probably let it be known. I literally only put this up last week because I found out about it last week. So, smiles. Regular Oka can't be mad at you. The sound effect went off, so it counts. Exactly. I just dodge it. You know, look at how fast I am. Zoom. Omka is joking, but a certain community member could be summoned to keep the hype train going. Eyes. I don't know which one you're talking about. There's a lot of them that could theoretically keep going, but I that is too far and beyond. She's too short to be bonked. Oka Bean unleashed. But yes, that is what's gonna happen. Oh, this specific emote, unless I bring it back, which I don't know if I'm going to be bringing the Sunchu emote back. I don't know if I'm going to be bringing it back for every anniversary. I don't know if I will be bringing it back specifically for like my birthday. I don't know if I can bring it back. Let's put a pause and let me emphasize. I don't know if I can bring this emote back or this badge back, right? The custom badges are a little bit new, so they're still in beta testing regarding like how they work. As far as I'm aware and understanding, they might be able to be brought back, but I'm not sure, so don't hate me. My broke ass suffering right now. Well, it was going to happen. Something was going to happen on my my anniversary. So it happened. Also, if you're talking about Ikabi shows up towards the latter half of the stream, almost always whenever I'm about to end stream, funny enough. Yes, they show up during the later half of the stream. And then, yeah. Also, are we gonna have the coat? It's like fine. We don't need a coat today. Take off the coat. Me looking right now, like, do I have anything in particular? Hey, chat, do you remember this? Whenever I used to be like this for the comfy cozy streams? Those are fun days. Those were fun days. I also had the green blanket too. Those are fun days. I think it was, is it this one? Comfy? Yeah, we got the comfy blanket now. We could use the comfy blanket. It's not like the worst idea to have the comfy blanket, in all honesty. But we don't need that. Yeah, we don't need that. But yeah, I'm just chilling, chat. Oh wait, actually, we don't need the. We could use the comfy blanket. We don't need the other blanket. So we could have this if we wanted to. But yeah. But we're chilling. Today is the chilling of days. I don't know what we're gonna do. But we're gonna be here. We're gonna be having a little fun. Gonna be yapping a little bit. Right now there's a couple of things planned in motions. I just don't know when that's gonna come up. Unfortunately, a lot of it is out of my control, literally. And I can't do too much about it. But hey, listen, we try our best, right? By the way, I'm so sorry. I'm really hungry. And the most I've had today is a donut, and like half a croissant, which I still have right next to me, by the way. Oka decides to be responsible with her money and commission, or with her money and commission a bunch of artists. It's a big kind of commission, technically speaking, but right now I'm currently not paying for it because I haven't paid for it. I will get this Momo side because Dunham, I promise. You're okay, Freeman. Wait, no, you're fine. Don't worry about it, Freeman. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. But yes, I am chilling. I don't know what we're gonna do today. Genuinely, I really don't know what we're gonna do today, but we're gonna do something today. The Momo side quest. So my PTU character went on a went on a side quest, and me and Freeman have been stalling it for the last like 2 months. And like I'm back in my PTU campaign, but like we haven't finished it. But that's fine. That's not a big issue. It's not a big issue. Right. But yeah, we're just chilling. We're just chilling. We're having a chill time. But yes, my mouth is burning. But yeah, there's a couple of plans happening right now. There's a lot of plans happening right now, but all of it requires other people. I cannot in any capacity do anything about it. Smiles. So, smiles. We will see what happens. We will see what happens. You know what I mean? But for the time being, we are going to be just chilling, you know? I'm wanting to do some very big plans with the stream. But unfortunately, I'm kind of not in a position to do any big plans with said stream for just a bit, right? And the only reason I say this is because I kind of need money for it. I need a significantly large amount of money for what I plan to do. And in doing so is gonna be a little bit of trouble. But that is not something I'm going to like subathon for. That's not something I'm gonna like. There's no reason at this current point to do so. Cause the 3.0 model still needs to be grabbed, gotten, etc. Right? And unfortunately, the 3.0 model is kind of like in a standstill right now. Which, by the way, let's talk about that actually. So the last subathon I did, we raised a little bit of funds for the 3.0 model. Then shit happened, like, actually. And so I'm currently at a pause where I can't continue the 3.0 model for just a smidge. That doesn't mean it's not happening. The 3.0 model is still happening. The problem is that I am currently just not in a position where I can continue it because I need more funds than what I currently have available to be able to use, even with the funds that were given to me. And so I have it on pause for the time being. Nothing I can do about it. I literally just do not have the funds to continue it. It is what it is, right? Models, and this is the reality of VTubing as of late, and you guys can agree or disagree with me. I would love your opinion on it. The reality of VTubing like VTubers and VTuber models in this day and age is that if you want a decent VTuber model, then it is gonna cost you a pretty penny. Like, genuinely, it is gonna cost you a significant pretty penny. And so there's not much I could do about it. Like, genuinely, there's nothing I could do about it regarding the fact that models as of late have been model artists, sorry, as of late are much more higher in price than they used to be when I got my models currently. So my last 3 custom models, so which is Oka Bean, 3D Oka Bean, and 2.0 Oka, right? All of them are genuinely well within a range that I have been happy to spend. If anything, my overlays, my customized overlays, were more expensive than any of my actual models combined, quite frankly. I'm fairly certain. But yeah, that's the slight problem. It is something where the economy is in a position where, or the economy is really bad, so artists of course are upping their prices, but also models in general have been really good, right? So people have been upping their prices because like the quality of models or like the expertise of models have like drastically gone up, right? And so very obviously understandable, right? It makes the most sense. Like, it's just difficult, obviously, right? It's super difficult in order for me to be able to consider getting any kind of model. And not to mention there's a bunch of different models like genuinely that have come up that have been so good and so nice and everything, and it is so difficult to make the decision on like what to do regarding that, right? Because like a decent model, and like obviously this is an exorbitant amount, right? But if I wanted to upgrade to a new model and a decent model, it like the thing that I was quoted for when I was working on 3.0 Oka was more or less 10 grand. There's no shot I have 10 grand. They're like, right, especially right now, I do not have 10 grand. I just moved and things have been hectic, right? There's no way. Obviously, that is for like an exorbitantly good model, and I just can't afford that. There's no way, right? And I've at this point, as much, and I think I've talked about this before, right? As much as I really wanted to go with the artist that I wanted to, right? I was just unable to go with them and continue with them because of the fact that I genuinely was not in any kind of position to do so. I did not have the ability to. I didn't have the funds for it. And especially, and like things just got even more hectic. So I was like, hey, listen, like, you know, I like talked with them. I'm like, hey, listen, I just don't have the ability to like kind of really go for this kind of model anymore right now, at least for the time being. Maybe in the future, yes, but like it's so expensive right now, dude. That's absurd. That's prices right now, like for really decent models and customized models, and for things that even when I would presumably say that I didn't get as many like emotes or anything like that. Like I didn't get as many customized. I didn't even have Sunshoe. Like, you know, in 2.0 I have a Sunshoe with me, right? But like I don't even have Sunshoe like as a you know, like a toggle or actually no, sorry, I'm wrong. I do have Sunshoe as a toggle. Even with like all of these little things, it's just a lot. It's so much. So that becomes its own slight problem, you know? So that's why. Pain. Well, the cost of demand. It's a sad reality that having a 2D model is insanely pricey. By the way, I'm talking about 2D models specifically. I'm not talking about 3D models. I'm not talking anything else. Like, I was more or less quoted 10 grand. I'm like, okay, I cannot. Like, in all honesty, it is so obscene for me to be able to, it is too obscene for me to be able to afford that, especially with, quite frankly, chat, like the amount of money that I am making is just not feasible for me to willingly drop that much for streams. Listen, I love you guys, chat, but the 10 grand is not easy to like drop off, right? But you know, it is what it is. I'm trying to remember like this 3D artist that like I love like their designs and everything, and I can't remember. But anyways, that's absurd. I think if Sunshoe was the president, he would never let the economy go bad. Hashtag Sunshoe for president. Exactly. I think I'd rather just stream my own face at that point, if not for the advent of AI. Exactly. Hi, Drew. I hope you're doing good, by the way. I feel like the only way you could bypass the absurd amount of money to pay for a model is to join an agency. I wouldn't even say that at that point, right? Because the thing is that joining an agency, you may not even have the rights to your own model. Look at what's happening in HoloLive right now with HoloStars, right? Isn't it that like half of the like HoloStars absolutely royally screwed over their content creators, said, hey, we're not going to do merch, we're not going to like pay you, we're not going to do anything, but if you want to keep your name, like your brand, your like model and everything, then you have to continue. Well, you have to still continue under those circumstances, but we can't afford to pay you or anything like that. So some of them are like continuing, some of them are like, I can't live like this, I literally need to pay rent, so they're leaving. Right, dude, that's those contracts are like really aggressive. Also, here's the other thing, right? Joining an agency, genuinely, I would love to join an agency. You know what the #1 reason why I do not join an agency in any capacity? I'm losing you guys. I'm not gonna lose you guys. There's no way I will lose you guys. That's my thing. Because if there was no way for me to continue, if there was no way for me to in any capacity continue being with you guys, then I have no reason to continue. Genuinely. Like I don't want to lose you guys, and there is a high chance where if I were to join a corpo, right? If I were to join a corporation, then, or like an agency, then I will have to start as a brand new character, as a brand new streamer, right? And I would have a lot of limitations. And although many of you guys may find me through voice, there's a lot of you guys who may not find me through voice, or may not be able to see me, and I will never be able to say, hey, by the way, guys, I'm over here at HoloLive, you know, whatever it may be, right? I would not be able to like say any of that anyways. So is it worth me losing my community? You know, is it worth me losing the LadyOka brand? I don't think that's the hill I'd want to die on, in all honesty. I really don't think so. I wouldn't want that to be the case, you know? So that's legitimately like, nah, I can't. Just offsetting the next 5 years of stream. Exactly. It's like, if I were to put that amount of money, I would absolutely be like, yeah, no, I'm legitimately, like, the only thing I could do and pray for is that, hey, I am going to be, like, I am guaranteed gonna be locked into streaming for the next 5 years to pay off any amount of money on that. For that model specifically. That's not including, by the way, remember, it's not just the model that becomes like a big thing. It's, if I was doing the full like 3.0 design, it's not just the model, it's the new emotes, it's the new sub stuff, everything ends up becoming new instantaneously. Because I have to get a lot of new things. Like, I literally have to get a lot of new things in order for me to be able to use them and like to be able to continue. Because I can't just have, like, I can't just be like, hey, by the way, new model, by the way, and then it's like, yeah, but all my emotes are 2.0 or 1.0, right? It doesn't, it's not gonna work like that. Of course, we have Oka Wiggle, which is still 1.0, and we will have definitely a 2.0 Wiggle or something akin to that to keep for a 3.0 model. I'm not going to willingly lose, like, you know, I don't want to willingly lose, like, not just the community, but also my freaking time and effort with all of the stuff. That's gonna require so much. It's gonna require so much. I need my comfy blanket again. I figured it was a community or freedom-based choice. The other thing is definitely going to be freedom-based choice, but I don't think it's like a bad thing. If they allow me to do the one thing I wanted to do, aka like, for example, play Final Fantasy 14, then I could do that. If they require me to do certain things, I don't mind it. If I got the benefit of what the purpose of an agency is, right? The biggest thing is, if I'm not getting like the benefits of what the whole point of an agency is, then what's the point of me doing it, right? So it's like, what's the point in any capacity of me working towards what is the whole point of me working towards like any kind of like partnership with an agency if there's no actual benefit to it, you know? What if 3.0 was just Oka being like model? What if I just got what's it called? What if I just got Willot to work, like, do a 3D Oka bean model for 3.0 again? What if I just do that? It would be in my, like, the other thing, right, is that I kind of don't want to do a chibi model. Not because I don't want to. Trust me, there will be a chibi model eventually, right? Like, my goal is to always have some form of chibi model for all of my 0.0s, or like my 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. I want to have a chibi model. I think it's so cute, right? The problem is, smiles. The problem is that I don't want it to be my main model. There's no way I could have it be my main model. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's so difficult. Also, hi, I have arrived, Mr. Meddington. Hello. We do appreciate you choosing us over Trade Appeal for the Corpo. Yes. But hello, Mr. Meddington. Thank you for the lurk nugget. Yeah, the agencies really levy their power with those contracts. It's hard to deny that they come with benefits, but it costs a lot to join up since they have the ability to refuse to compensate streamers for their harshest terms. Exactly. And that's kind of like the other point, right? It's like, at that point, am I willing to potentially forego losing? Am I willing to potentially forego losing, what's it called? Losing money in order for me to be a part of an agency? Shrug? Right? It's entirely dependent, I guess. I don't if I don't have the money for it, I mean, that screws me over, of course, right? But it's like, if I get the other benefits to it, yeah, sure. But again, the whole point of it is that I lose my community. If I can join an agency and keep my model and keep my community, absolutely, I would be down. Like, what should have happened for VShojo, right? What should have been the case for VShojo, but no. We don't get that. Screaming, crying, sobbing. What could you do, you know? So, shrug. Especially with the corpo's weird, dumb rules like no dating and so on. Dude, it's so fun. I mean, I understand, right? What you're essentially trying to do is quote unquote sell a product, your model, right? You as a character, right? And a lot of times it ends up being like very boyfriend girlfriend trope, and you know, etc. And I get it to a degree. If that's what your prerogative is, then yeah, of course. Like if you're trying to like essentially convince people for what's it called? If you're trying to convince people to go with you, and like to stay with you because you're trying to sell the idea of like, oh, you too could be with me, smiles, then like, yeah, I guess. But I don't know, like, I don't know, it's just wild to me. It is just genuinely wild to me. The whole no dating thing is kind of like absurd. More specifically, it's the aspects of if you don't want to do that, then they're like, oh, your value as a content creator is much lesser because people don't want to join and or be with and or like support a content creator that they can't be with potentially. They're selling the dream of a viewer potentially being chosen as the lucky one to be the streamer's partner. Wild, by the way. So, shrug. But yeah, I don't know. It's just the idea of it is like crazy. Yeah, that is pretty annoying that some people only join for that. Exactly, and it's whatever, you know. Also, Matt, thank you for the 7 stream street. Thank you. But this is not about me like. This is not in any capacity about me like talking in regards to. This is not in any capacity about me talking in regards to, like, you know, like, those kind of aspects. It's whatever, right? It's whatever. But it is something to consider. It's like, okay, what am I willing to forego in order for me to do this? And so on and so forth, right? So, I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know. I think about it, the more I think about it, the more my brain hurts, you know? So, shrug. Chat, what are you willing to lose? What are you I have a question for you. In order to get numbers that are akin to, maybe not Iron Mouse, right? But like a smaller like agency VTuber, like a smaller VTuber that's in an agency, right? If you were to get what are you willing to sacrifice within your own like let's say you are a streamer if you aren't a streamer, right? And if you are a streamer and like what a part of your like community and everything, what are you willing to essentially lose in order for you to willingly join an agency, right? Presume agency has every single aspect that a normal agency is, right? Or like imagine they give you like options for every single thing. You could keep your model. You could get a brand new model. But you know, these benefits change or these benefits change, you know. You could lose your community. You couldn't lose your community. What if it's like, for example, right? What if do you think it would be an idea for me, right? I'm not saying this to be true. This is not true in any capacity, right? If I were given the offer that I can keep my community, but I will not keep the same name, and I will not keep the same model or designs. Do you think that's a good deal, right? And then that becomes the question. It's like, okay, it could sound like a good deal, but what is the situation regarding income? What is the situation regarding what can I do? You know, as like just in general, what would I be able to do regarding that, etc. So I'm curious about what your thoughts are. Also, hi Alden, happy anniversary, Omka. Hello. Nothing. It's either I get over organically, if that's is somehow possible without sacrificing anything, or I don't stream. Yeah, it feels like a relic of a bygone age that yet we're still living through. Although, to be honest, it's not unheard of the amount of streamers I know who got married to a viewer is significantly above 0. I mean, yeah, very true. Very, like, unbelievably true, genuinely. But, like, it happens, you know? It's whatever at that point. You know what I mean? Also, hi La. Sorry. Brain so off and so sleepy. Hi, Sil. That's what I'm trying to say. Hi, Silas Main. Wait, Brain trying to think. Are you the same Silas Main who's in the Adamantoy's, like, hunt community? I can't remember. It's not, your name's not spelled the same way, but my brain is just like, aren't you? Sorry, I'm really sleepy, by the way, chat. I really apologize if I'm, like, so fucking delirious right now. The spicy noodles are not helping the brain. But they are keeping me awake as much as I possibly can. I'm just suffering over here, though. Hello. Also, an outbreak is about to start. What the heck? Have we been talking for an hour? We have been talking for an hour. What the heck? Nothing to be sorry for. You're all good. Sorry, I'm all good. I'm silly. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sure, I sacrifice my current streaming career to what I want. Why not? Okay, you know what I mean, Kiwok. So Kiwok, I'm gonna grab you and use you as an example because you don't stream, okay? I know you have plenty of different OCs. So let's talk about Bonita. Let's say you started streaming. For whatever reason, you just wanted to be silly, have fun, and maybe decide to see how you can role play as her or something. And you use Bonita as like a streaming like persona, essentially, right? This is like persona. This is literally like persona. Bonita or Final Fantasy Bonita, whichever way, or any other Bonita. There's plenty of Bonitas I know. Your choice, right? You wanted to do that, and some VTuber company was like, "Hey, you can make more money and get more viewers, but you don't have your current community. And let's say you have a decent community, right? Let's say you have my community. You don't get to have that. What would you do? Or you get to keep it, but you don't get to keep your model. What would you do? Etc." Thinking about the Adamantoy's Hunt Train, guys, what if I just start working on, like, scouting for Stormblood and Shadowbringer just to do a Stormblood Shadowbringer train right now? It would be ridiculous. I think also because probably, yeah, Shadowbringers is not up right now anyways. I could do Stormblood, though. Would that be a good idea? While I'm streaming? Probably not, actually, but... no, it's not. It wouldn't be the worst idea if I'm just doing that. There's no Dawn Trail train happening anytime soon. It's like the next Dawn Trail train is happening in like 2.5 hours, I think. Maybe. We'll see. Also, Kiwok, thank you for the follow age of 4 years, 1 day, 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 31 seconds for a total of 1,461 days. Let's go, Kiwok. Damn, I found you when you were 3 months in streaming. I guess so. I do not really enjoy being a content creator exactly, so I'm not really a person to answer that question. Fair enough. Big yappers is grabbed. Personally, I believe going corpo means to partially or fully give up being yourself to roleplay a character vetted by an agency. Persona disturbing that pace. Yes, exactly. Agreed. Rip ad break hit me. I'll continue my spiral when I'm back. Everybody, give your thoughts and prayers over to our lovelies who are in ad break, by the way. Not. I'm trying to remember. There's like, I swear to God, there's like a 3D. There's like a 3D model artist that I really like, and I can't remember off the top of my head who they were. I don't know why I was like thinking about it while we've been talking model work. So
That's a good question. I suppose there could be concerns, especially if I couldn't use Benita for other reasons. Although in fairness, I'd probably use a male model. I don't have a great female voice. Hey, listen, you don't need to have a female voice to have a female model, right? You don't. Just saying. Of course, there's other versions of Benita. A male Benita would be on the table. That is a toughie. Exactly. It's like what if you started your career and you built your career off of being male Benita and you were just having fun, having a silly goofy time, or maybe hell, being a crow VTuber, literally just being a straight up crow, and that's it, right? And then they're like, hey, we like your style, we like your jazz, except we want you to be completely different. So be completely different, right? Shrug. You know? That's what I might thought was a crow VTuber. Yeah. Me thinking about different crow VTubers and screaming mentally. Porcelain is a good example. Girl model, male voice, still doing good. Not in any way, shape, or form like having any kind of thing regarding that, right? Like there's no like kind of like, yeah, no, just using female model. That's pretty much what like he argues. He does go by he, him, right? I believe so. Porcelain's great. Yeah, Porcelain's a great example, by the way. But you know what I mean? It's like, what is like those kind of thought processes? But yeah, I wholeheartedly agree, by the way. Essentially, you are giving up either a portion or fully giving yourself up to roleplay a character that the agency wants, right? But obviously, there's some agencies in which case, there's some agencies in which case there is more leniency versus not. It's a matter of how, that's why the big question becomes, how far are you willing to go in order to join an agency, and what would be your kind of like requirements, so to speak, right? It's like, for me, I want to keep my community. The whole aspect is I want to keep my community, right? There is, and I'm gonna be real with you, according to like half of my community, minimum, right? Apparently I have a distinct enough voice where if I were to have gone as a completely different VTuber, right? If I was a completely different VTuber and I was like, hey, LadyOka is done. If you guys were looking for VTubers, then you would find me again, right? The problem is, of course, I cannot reveal it. I would not be able to reveal it. Those who are a part of the VTubing community would understand that you can't reveal quote-unquote past identities. And then it becomes this kind of situation of, do you want that personality change that I would probably have, right? Like, in like the weirdest way possible. I have to, like, this is the only way I can explain it. What if like I get put in for an agency, but they specifically wanted me to have the girlfriend kind of like role play scenario, right? Which is AK flirting with chat the entire time, probably making some innuendos like every 5 minutes, and then just having the mom voice, right? Oh, I really love that you guys are here again with me today. Thank you so very much for being here. Welcome in. Like, if I were to do that constantly, God help my voice, right? But you know what I mean? Where it's like, you know what I mean? Where it's like, am I willing to do that? No, quite frankly not. I want to keep my community more than anything. And that's my biggest thing. I don't mind changing models. I love my models, don't get me wrong. I love my model mama. And that's actually the number one thing that I actually had a big thing about too. That was actually one of my biggest stipulations for joining any kind of agency. I don't want to lose my model mama. Right? I don't want to lose Mooney or her designs. If I can even have Mooney still create her design, but like the model is done by the agency, sure, whatever. But like if I could still have Mooney be the deciding factor for any of my designs, I would want it because I love Mooney. I love Mooney to death. Love Mooney to death. Of course I want to keep Mooney in my life, right? That's a huge thing for me. But that is also a thing, right? It's like I would lose Mooney as a model mama. I would just straight up lose a lot of, like, I would lose my community, and that's what I just don't want. I don't want to have to, like, lose my community for that. So, I don't know. But also, even if I don't lose my community, I don't think my community would stay for a different version of me, quite frankly, right? Or a different character of me, even if it is to support me and like what I do now, so to speak, right? So, I don't know. Shrug. It's all about risk and reward as well. I know a few agencies that snatched people up in their models to rep them and then went under and dragged their communities and models to the abyss. It's a gamble like everything else. And whichever horse you decide to give a chunk of yourself to needs to pay off. And exactly, that is a huge thing. It's like you don't have a guarantee that you're going to get an income. You don't have a guarantee if you're going to keep your model or your model rights. What if you bring your model in? What if I bring Oka Bean? Let's say, for example, what if I bring Oka Bean in and they just go, yeah, by the way, now we own the rights to Oka Bean. You don't have the rights to Oka Bean anymore. It's like, what the hell? What do you mean I don't have the rights to Oka Bean anymore? Like, that'd be insane to me, right? To me, like, all of this is just like a huge, like, hello? So, rough. It then becomes a job rather than a hobby. But to be fair, a lot of people are willing for that to happen. A lot of people want to have streaming or VTubing be a job. For me, it's always going to be a hobby. I don't make enough money. And like the obvious truth is going to be that, I don't make enough money for this to ever be considered a full-time job. Even if I stream every single day and like genuinely put the time and effort for me to make this a full-time job, I don't have the ability to keep this as a full-time job. There's no way. Genuinely, I do not have the ability or affordability to do so. There's no way. But, you know, it's like that is something that some people would want to do. Some people are willing to sacrifice everything in order to be able to have it be a job, you know? I think it would be easy to find distinct voices. Exactly. Thinking a bit though, more though, I don't know that there's much that one of the agencies could offer me to get me to want to manage a VTuber for them in the current style of agencies and talent. If I had the skills to do talent management, which is what I would rather do, I don't think I could not be independent in good conscience. I think there was a Japanese VTuber who did that, played two VTubers, one from a different company. That's crazy. If I was a VTuber and I had a community, let's say like the Oka Guild, if I were to join an agency, I would want to keep my community and my model and identity. I worked so hard to get that community, even if it wasn't as big as like Iron Mouse or something. Exactly. I personally know someone who went through corpo, got fucked over by the community and agency because of her behavior, not being corpo friendly, but she was still just by herself, being herself. It sucks so much for her, and I would not wish that on anyone. If you know, you know. Exactly. Also, hi Yuya! Sorry I'm late. Happy Annie. Thank you, Yuya. You're all good, lovely. Genuinely, you are all good. I really do appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But no, I'm just like, dude, literally just crazy. We've just been yapping so much about VTuber like stuff that is just, we've just been having a silly goofy time, you know? We've been having a silly goofy time. And I'm so confused. I'm trying to find something on Twitter and I literally cannot figure it out. I cannot figure it out for the life of me. It's okay. But anyways, I hope you guys are doing good though. Also, unrelated question, but are you going to AX this year? Oh, I've never gone to Anime Expo. AX is Anime Expo, right? I'm not being stupid, right? I've never gone to Anime Expo. I think that the problem is that Anime Expo in general is just it's so unbelievably crowded and unsafe at this point that it's a little worrying to go through. If you asked me this like 5-10 years ago, I would have been said yes, I would have absolutely loved to have gone. Although me puts hands up in the air, what am I supposed to do, right? But excuse me, but it's too crowded to willingly go there without being obliterated, quite frankly. But also, not even just that, it's too crowded. It's overpacked. There's like all of the vendors are like going to have an exorbitant price, which again, that's fine. Good for the artists to be able to match the price to their worth. It's because of the economy, they need to up their prices and up, especially for like their pins and for their like acrylics and everything. They need to up their prices and everything. I get it. I don't have that money for me to be able to willingly spend money there, and there's not really a lot that I could do about it. It just sucks, you know. I would love to, but shrug. Yeah, I never got to visit a certain restaurant I'm trying to stop by this time. Listen, if you come over, I'm so down. Of course, I'm super down to have you. I also believe the same, but I've changed my mindset about going to cons. Yeah. But I'm not the biggest fan of AX, but I'm trying to change the focus from the con itself to the cosplay community. That is valid. If I were cosplaying, I would absolutely consider going. And actually, the reality is that if I had the ability and affordability, especially, to go and my friends were going with me, I would do it. If I had friends going with me, I would go do it. This is, for me, the same situation that happened with FanFest. I had the opportunity to go to FanFest, and I was like, you know what? I don't have anyone who's going with me, and I'm still so far behind in Endwalker, or, well, at the time in Endwalker, right? That I'm like, at that point, I don't really want to go and, like, essentially, like, get myself unbelievably spoiled more than anything, right? So I'm kind of like, let's not for the time being. By the way, Tianman, thank you so much for the five gifted subs, by the way. Thank you. And Drew, congratulations on the sub. Congratulations. I may or may not try to cosplay in my Warrior Light. See, I want to do that, but I'll do that for next FanFest, because there's no way I could do it for this FanFest anyways. You know what I mean? There is no way I can do it anyways for this FanFest. That's not it. That's a mood. There's always future opportunities. Exactly. And for me, right, the big thing for me is that I fully believe that I will be able to get to that point where at some point I will be able to actually get, like, try and do those little things, right? I think it would be so cute. Do I have the ability to now? Absolutely not. But I could at some point. There's always a possibility, and there's always a potential. Speaking of which, by the way, the music stopped, so, because it's been an hour, so let's put on a new thing. Let's see. This is the other music I used to play so often, by the way. Cons are just so expensive to go solo. I have done several cosplays and never brought one to a con because it's just too expensive for me to justify it. Exactly. The thing is, the only way I can justify going to a convention is if I have friends going with me. I don't mind going by myself, but it's just not worth it. Like, it genuinely is just not worth me going by myself. Like, actually. So the reality is that there's no point, there's no purpose for it, you know what I mean? So we see. Oh my god, Nia, thank you for the 5 community subs. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I changed my mind about AX because of friends. Some of these would end up being 2,000 for a weekend, and that's just too much. Too many plushies as an opportunity cost. I want to get into cosplaying, but I don't really know what to cosplay as. Consider cosplaying as your own, like. Consider cosplaying as yourself, you know? Or like your VTuber model, for example, Tanman. I'll consider cosplaying as Kiryu Kazuma. I believe you could do it, Kiwok. I so believe you could do it. Also, Alden, thank you for the 5 community subs as well. Thank you guys so much for the restart on the hype train. Hi, Ace. Happy anniversary. Thank you. It really isn't. And ideally, if it's only one other, it's one that, you know, actually wants to go, Thank you. I needed the badge. By the way, yes, reminder, guys, if you guys are coming in for the first time, hey, if you guys want to get your very own customizable, unique, well, no, technically unique to the Oka Guild badge, 5 subs, either today, tomorrow, or Friday. 5 subs will get you the original Sunshoe design that I've had for ages. So this is the original Sunshoe design, and you get that badge, right? It is a custom badge. It is a permanent badge, so you guys will always have it on your Twitch page. And I believe it is exclusive to us, though, is the thing. So it's like you could only have that custom badge here. but you will have it and it'll be forever on you. I don't know if I can bring this badge like back. I don't know if that's the case, because I would love to bring this back for like every like year or so, but I'm not too sure if I can. Or if we want to, you know? We will have to see. We will have to see. But yes. Sorry, I was looking at something real quick. But thank you for the hype trade. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate it. The badge cost increase while the quality decreases. No, actually, it's so stupid. It's genuinely so stupid how much, like, it's so stupid how conventions just aren't there for us anymore, and it really isn't worth it. Like, I'm not going to TwitchCon this year, for example. I'm not, like, I couldn't go last year, even though I paid full and I couldn't get a refund, screaming. But it's like, what can I do, right? I'm not going to AX. I haven't had a reason to. Nobody I'm willing to go, or nobody I know is willing to go with me to AX, quite frankly. And in all honesty, it's just gonna be money I'm throwing for the experience and not actually for the enjoyment at that point. My biggest ideal for a cosplay would make a full-blown Kamen Rider suit, but I don't have the time for that. Dude, that's a lot. That is a lot. That makes sense, though. It makes sense, though. Sorry, no badge and broke right now. You're all good. By the way, I hope your weekend was good in bed. Same broke as fuck. It's okay. Pets. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the idea and aspect of, like, the whole point we're having this conversation, right, is that I love the aspect and idea of, like, being in an agency, just because, God, guys, do you understand how many emails I get every single, like, day for my, do you understand how many emails I get for, like, just different, like, you know, quote, sponsorships and everything, and I don't want to deal with it. Let someone else deal with it. Don't let me. I need a manager. Genuinely, I need a damn manager, actually. But, you know, I don't know. It's like, to me, it's just so, it's just not worth it. Like, it's not worth losing so much of yourself, your personality, your community, your identity. So yeah, shrug. It's whatever. Went to AX like 3 years ago, but that was on my own. So my weekend was very good. Thank you for asking. Of course, if you're an extrovert, you can go solo or and either form a group with strangers or get adopted into a group. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I could be an extrovert and do that, but then I immediately throw myself into like this spiraling bad, horrid loop right afterwards, and then I'm just like, they hated me. I was awful. I'll start overthinking like crazy, and I'll be like, I was awful. I overtalked everyone. They hated me. They thought that I was annoying and that they were just too polite not to say anything, and blah, 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 blah. Like, they absolutely, I will literally start going and just immediately cycling myself through like nightmare. Also, thank you for the hype train, guys. Thank you for the level 4 hype train. If you guys got any hype train, choo-choo, let it be known. Oh my god, look, it's Cat Bob. That's cute. But yeah, I will spiral myself into like a horrid like thought process. There's just no way. So I can't listen. I could be extroverted, but I will immediately go, damn, they hated me, and like I messed up. Oh, they are annoying. They are annoyed by me, etc. I forgot the 14 badge was a thing on Twitch. I totally missed it. It's okay. So there's the other 2 badges. Oh, sorry, there's the other 2 conventions for Europe and Japan, where there will be 4 more badges available, by the way, Drew. So it's okay. There's 4 more there's technically 2 more opportunities to get 4 different badges. So that is that possibility. You just missed out on the NA one. Oka, hey guys, this stream was sponsored by Raid Shadow. Listen, I've been sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends made me good money. I'm gonna be real with you. Raid Shadow Legends made me good money, but that was before we even like that was before Stream Elements 1 became like heavily Israeli, but also 2, it was before the aspect of Stream Elements really just not paying people. Which, by the way, as a always massive reminder, let me give you some big sister advice. Here's something that you should always do, because I see so many people saying that you don't get paid by Stream Elements, and I always got paid by Stream Elements. But I got paid by Stream Elements for 2 specific reasons. One, I read my fucking contract. Right? You like they will give you like the short rundown of what they want from you. Oh, make sure you post, make sure you stream for this amount, this, right? But then like you look at the fucking contract you actually sign, like the actual like the 4-page or whatever like contract you sign. Go and read what is the deliverables they need from you. There is always 1 or 2 things in there that they never tell you, and that's why they don't pay you, because they literally don't tell you to do it in the actual like hub on where your sponsorships are. They are gonna write it in your contract, so then when you don't do it, they can blame it on you, and they don't pay you. Right? So that's one thing. 2 is obviously doing those deliverables that you see, even if it's going the extra mile, going and doing that is literally gonna make you like in a better position for getting paid for those stuffs. So cheers to that. I have to go to bed because I'm feeling sick for allergies. No worries, man. Take it easy. Trying to learn what actual good streamers like you go through is one of those main things I'm trying to learn about. Stuff is mad and way out of my experience. Hey, listen, Nuclear, I know you don't like talking about it or asking, but if you ever have questions, listen, I always love answering. Listen, I love yapping. You guys know it. If you guys give me something to yap about, I will yap about it. If you guys have questions of things that I can talk about, like streaming or business or owning a restaurant or you know, my experiences as a Vtuber specifically, or like buying commission work, or like the blah 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 blah, like then, or even hell, even things about random things about my life, right? Did you guys know that when I like, even at the youngest age of like I think 10, I was moderating for like a bunch of different people or a bunch of different things? I started with moderating Facebook fandom groups. And there was drama with that, by the way. There was some really funny drama with that. Because I didn't use my real name. Obviously, I was a baby. Right? And some literal asshat literally got so mad at me, locked me out of the fandom like community account, and then started writing stuff under my alias. And I'm like, brother, you don't even write like I do. Anyways. Strike! So, if it makes you feel better, feel any better, you found the wrong people, the real ones will match your freak. No, I'm not saying this happened to me. Sorry, this has not happened to me like at a convention. In general, this is just how I go about things. My sister always tells me I don't have the best social skills, so I'm always very self-conscious about it, you know. She even told me that today, actually, funny enough. So, and I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. Unironically did an IRL party finder and knew 14 friends filled up. That's so cute. Listen, that's me with anybody like online. I'm very good with yapping and getting IRL party finder on online friends. Does that work for real life? Apparently not, though. So, shrug. Hi, Oka. Hi, Set. Can't be a big sister because you're small and young, pet. Was it Persona? Nope. This is long before I knew anything about Persona. I think if I were to run into you, we might be yapping for an entire day. Oh, absolutely. Power tripping mods are the worst. Yeah, but it's okay. It happened. Like, I've learned a lot regarding my mod. Like, I've learned a lot regarding modding and like just being in online spaces, both for fandom purposes and also like non-fandom purposes, right? I used to moderate a like 10,000 follower like Twitch streamer, more or less, yeah. And like let me tell you what it was crazy. I think they had 10,000 followers. They were more of a YouTuber than a YouTuber and a TikToker rather than like a Twitch streamer. But they used Twitch streaming on the side. But you know what they did? Dude, they legitimately, they just stole money from their community. Like, and when we, and I say we as in me and like the mod team, when we realized that that's what they were doing, and by they I mean the girl who was the actual face of the girl who was the face of the actual streams, and then her boyfriend / partner, right, who was like helping her like manage the service that they were providing. They were providing, like, if you guys know Animal Crossing, hey, listen, if you guys know, if you know, you know. But there was a Animal Crossing like content creator that I used to moderate for, and more specifically, this content creator the reason why that she grew super big was because she offered a service where she had a what is it, like, jailbreaked like Nintendo Switch, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word. And it, like, essentially anyone can go and get whatever item they wanted by ordering it, quote unquote, from the Discord server, and then they would go to they would use the code and go to an island that was through the jailbreak Nintendo like service, and then they would literally go and grab all the items that they ordered, right? It's essentially Treasure Island, I think, right? So they like, she had like this whole Treasure Island like system, and like hey, listen, I benefited from this, but she had a system where it's like, if you essentially bought a premium for her, right? If you like did like a monthly service thing or something like that, then if you spent money like monthly for her, you would get access to the private like bot. So then it would be easier for you to make orders without literally being like 100th in queue, because everyone else is also doing the same thing, right? At some point, when the Animal Crossing hype started dying down, she had the bot on, quote, maintenance, and there was always something wrong with it, and that's why they were trying to fix it, but she never refunded people their money for the month. She never did anything about talking about it, and it went on for months, and we were like, hey, you should pause the your subscription thing if these people are not going to be able to get their money's worth. If they cannot use this premium bot service, then you need to stop. She was like, oh, no, it's getting fixed. You know, my boyfriend's fixing it, blah, blah, blah. And then, boom. Smiles. That never happened. Literally a year plus later. Like, she literally, a year plus later, or something like that, she took all the money and she ran. Not even joking. She literally pinged the Discord server and said, hey, we're not doing this anymore. Anyways, thanks, bye. She never streamed after that. She never, I don't think she ever posted any more content, which is crazy, by the way, because she literally was like a relatively big like Animal Crossing content creator, but because of the fact that Animal Crossing died out and her service died out, she literally took the money and ran. Dude, it was crazy. Also, hi Mika, hi Ellie. It was insane. Online, just so much easier. I've been kidnapped into so many groups. Exactly. If we ran into each other, you'd be leaving with a random object I had because I'm a crow that gives shiny things to people I care about. That's very true. I love my introverted friends, but I feel like I suffer hanging out with them sometimes because I will have to carry the conversations even when there's nothing for me to say. Yeah, smiles. So yeah, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. But that is more or less like, yeah, that's so fucked. Lamau, money over reputation. For those people, I guess. Yeah, she just didn't care. She didn't care. I think she even got a second bot at some point. A second, like, payment bot or something like that. But, dude, crazy. Crazy, right? And, like, me and the senior mods tried so hard, literally so hard, to convince her to stop doing this. She wouldn't listen. And we threatened. We actually straight up threatened her. And we were like, dude, if you don't do this, we're just gonna tell your team. Oh. That's concerning. Oh, okay. I was like, oh shoot, did my stream freeze? Am I dying? And then I realized it's just because like I was slouching in my chair. Haha. By the way, don't worry about the cough. It's because I'm eating spicy noodles. I don't have that much water. I should probably go get water. But yeah, I mean, it's just because I'm eating spicy noodles. Mika, I hope you're doing well, by the way. Ellie, I hope you're doing well. Bunny, I hope you're doing well. Hello, 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 hello. Back to power tripping mods. I remember Junior modding for a pretty well-known streamer at the time, but was put off immediately when her entire senior mod team were basically power tripping, trying to use their position to get with her. With her, as in, like, getting, like, literally with her? Like, actually? Also, hi out! Happy 4th anniversary, Oka. Spicy noodles. Is that the Samyang noodles? It's bulldog noodles. I am eepy but awake, maybe. It's okay, Mika. Go honk shoe memes if you need to. I know what it's like. It's okay. You don't need to. In bed her. That's crazy! Dude. Listen, this is why I have my mod team specifically to have, like, the freaking bug repellent for people who are trying to get with me. Actually. Mika will be awake for all of 10 minutes. Mika will accidentally drop their phone on their face if they are watching my stream while, like, being eepy. So be very careful, Mika. Okay, all that. We're gonna put the badge stuff in the bottom again. There we go. We're not gonna get I don't think we will be able to even get a hype train anyways in a second. So we should be able to do this. This is so mean to me. Pet. Speaking of Bulldog, I met a fellow 14 gamer who works at Samyang at Fanime. Hey, let's go. Listen, some of the craziest conversations I've had were from conventions. I met a Riot employee at TwitchCon. Former Riot employee, unfortunately, but I met a Riot employee at TwitchCon. Literally entirely accidental. Entirely because we were both in the same line, literally next to each other, during the Iron Mouse meet and greet. Like, I'm not even joking. So, very funny, very silly. Phone to face interaction hurts like hell. Oh, dude, it hurts like hell. But also, Eldon, that's crazy. That's so crazy. I can't imagine that. Shake. Okay, chat. While I go get water, because I really do need to go get water, I have important question for you, by the way. Okay? What do you think is because we were talking about models and we were talking about VTuber models especially. For a let's say let's have this be two separate prices for two different things. So for a 2D model and a 3D model, what do you, and like it's like a full model, like you know, like how my 2.0 model is. Not Oka Bean, not 3D Oka Bean. If it's like a 2D model, like my normal 2D model, right? Or sorry, if it's like my 2.0 model, pause that. What price do you think is a reasonable price for a 2D model or a 3D model that is of the same caliber as 2.0K? I will be right back. I'm gonna go get water, but I'm curious about those answers because I want to know if I'm really bad at understanding the concept of money. I'm not joking. I will explain how stupid my concept of money is. But I want to know what your guys' thought process is as non-streamers and also as streamers. What your guys' thought is. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Watch Oka Bean stare at you. Sorry, I had to close my door. Alrighty. Where's my heated blanket? Okay. Guys, do you want to know how much money it cost me to get Oka Bean? Both Oka Bean and 3D Oka Bean. Like, separately, obviously. I'm not talking about, like, their money combined. After 2 years or so, I was raised to a normal mod, but you had to stop when an communicated mod doxer and tried to stalk. That's crazy, Alden. What the fuck? Yeah, see, this is also the reason why... That's also the reason why, that's wild. That's so wild. It's always crazy when I hear people talk about meeting people outside. I think I had legitimately had a single conversation with someone who was just a stranger while in public in the last 10 years. Hey, listen, sometimes having a conversation outside literally will get you the most interesting, connections, you know? I'm not sure about pricing when it comes to digital models. 2, 3, 4, 5K for a 2D model, 10K for a 3D model. The bean seeing through our veils. Yes, the bean knows our deepest, darkest secrets. Sweats. Depends on the artist and the demand. I definitely feel of your quality. 2 to 3K for a 2D model. Definitely 9K plus for a 3D model. I know a 3D artist who's crazy good and think theirs are 15K plus or 15K plus. 3 to 4K for a 3D model. I shall lurk now. Take it easy, Drew. So, right? Let me just emphasize. When I got both 2D Oka Bean, so me here, right? When I got this, I paid... I'm trying to think. I think I paid like less than $500. Yeah. Okay, let me just talk to you guys about how pricing worked. For Oka Bean, this one, less than $500 at the time. 1.0 Oka, less than $500. Like about $500 for both of them, right? I'm trying to think. 3D Oka Bean also was, I think, like 500 to 1,000. Like 3D Oka Bean was also 500 to 1,000. So, points, right? If I were to get Oka Bean now, I think, okay, to be fair though, if I were to get 3D Oka Bean right now, I'm fairly certain the thing is that, actually 2D and 3D Oka Bean, because I just remembered. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Brain is so silly. For some reason, my brain was like, oh yeah, they're made by the same model. No, they're not. No, they're not. What's called? My model mama does not, or Oka Bean's model mama does not, like, do art anymore, I believe. And, oh, you know what? Actually, let me look at Radley's stuff. What has Radley been doing? Radley has not been working on any kind of models. Also, excuse me, I'm so sorry about that. Radley's comms. I believe they've been working on what's it called? They've been working on their own models lately. Which is nice. Like, honestly, their models are super cute. So, very happy for that. But okay, yeah, so Rad's been working on their own models and their own designs, which is nice and lovely. But like my model mama isn't like working anymore. But if I were to go and get like a 3D Oka Bean model now, the only difference with Willow is that Willow actually still maintains more or less the same amount. Oh wait, no, 3D Oka Bean only 300? 3D Oka Bean might have only been 300. So, okay, yeah, probably that. Yeah, so 3D Oka Bean was probably like closer to 300 than both Oka Bean, 2D Oka Bean and 1.0 Oka, right? So, that's interesting. However, as I told you, for me getting quoted for 3.0 Oka, the live 2D model for 3.0 Oka, 10 grand. More or less. So I'm smiling. I'm like, okay, what do you think is a reasonable amount? Because I'm losing my sanity, apparently. Trying to think of what would be a reasonable amount. Hello? I'm opening the wrong bottle. I got 2 water bottles. So I'm just kind of like, Smiles, screams. But yeah, I'm screaming, crying, screaming. I know some artists charge that amount, thinking of camo immediately at that with that price point. I'm not saying that that's the price point that I would want to pay. Wait, actually, I don't know which price point you're referring to. The 500 or the 10,000. I think you're talking about the 10,000, right? So I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of just of the mindset right now where it's like, it's hard to like think about whether I want to get 3.0K in any capacity anytime soon. Right? It is so, dude, it's so difficult. Ugh. It's so difficult. Like, I want to, but so much. Oh, the 10K? Yeah, it's so expensive to get models. And also, every single, like, artist I would want to go to is either, my problem with, like, getting a new model, right, is that it's either every single artist that I want to is either closed, or they're too expensive, right? And I'm like, the models that I'm very, like, picky with the models that I want, or, like, the thing that I would want. Because, obviously, like, your model is going to determine everything about your stream, more or less, right? So I'm like, please give me a chance. Me just, like, shaking the the jail bar handles, like, or bar handles, the cell, you know? Please. I don't know. We will see. Why is everything closed? Rah. I told my model mama that I refuse to pay her less than 300, less than 30, what's called? Great British pounds an hour of work, rounding in her favor, and I still feel bad like I cheaped her. That's how I felt with Mooney and Vovo. Like, dude, I felt so bad for the work that they did, because I don't like the idea of, like, you know, giving them less money for what they had, like, made for all the models, right? To me, like, I was like, no, I don't want to, like, I don't want to give you guys less money for, like, the hard work you've been doing. So I tried my best, I believe. It's been a while, so my brain might be blanking, but I tried my best as much as I could have to, like, at least help where I could. I will forever be an only child because my mama only drew me because we're longtime friends. That's so funny, Mika. That's so fair. Listen, I understand completely. Also, hello? What is happening here? But yeah. Oh, also, that's also, you know what I just thought about? That's also another thing. Also, as a completely off topic. Yeah, dude, the congestion for, the trains, this is also the reason why I don't do Stormblood or Shadowbringer trains at this hour, because Adamantoise is just straight up locked anyways, so, shrug! There's, like, no way I'm gonna go and do all that. There's, nope. So looking at other artists for models work, takes too long. I'm debating, is it worth me going? I don't know. What is it worth me getting, like, a 3.0 model in any capacity? I don't know. We'll have to find out, genuinely. It's gonna be an atrocity to see later, but who knows? Maybe I'm hoping that at some point, maybe in, like, the future or towards the end of the year, I can start working on the 3.0 model. But for the time being, even while it is not with the artist that I did want, we will see how far we go with the artist choice and everything. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens. Okay. Hello, chat. We've been yapping for about 2 hours also, by the way. So ad break will be hitting in about 12 minutes as I see it. So nod. I want you guys to make sure you guys take it easy where you guys can. But yeah, something I didn't realize that might be a reason too. Free login is happening right now. Free login is happening right now? What the heck? Oh god, it is so congested. I'm like, I'm not even on 14. Thank you for the jingles. I'm not even on 14. It's just that like I'm seeing everyone complaining about congestion in the Aether Hunts. Happy anniversary. Hi, Irene. Thank you. I hope that you are doing well. May 15th to June to 14th might be the, oh god. That's rough. I mean, to be fair, it has been congested way more than or like it has been, so I understand. Oh, you know, hold on. Me screaming. You know what I've been doing? I've like this entire time I've literally been going and grabbing like what's like the right wording? I've just been going and grabbing like people who have like really cute models, and I'm looking at their model like parents and I'm like, are you open? Are you alive for a potential like thing? Me puts hands up, please. Are you up for a new child? And it never is. They're never up for a new child. God, me too. Ugh. We're like suffering. We're suffering, chat. What do we do? What is there to do? There's nothing to do. I have reached sleepy hours, must depart for now to get some sleep for work tomorrow. Have a great rest of your stream and happy Eid Mubarak or Eid al-Adha. Eid Mubarak is the correct term to greet, but yes, thank you. Eid al-Adha is the actual like holiday name, but Eid Mubarak. Thank you, Kiwak. I'm sorry, I don't remember which one is the actual event if the other is the greeting. Yes, not theirs. Rest well. Hydration reminder. Okay, fine. Thank you, swordsman. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing good, because I am bleh. We are having a time. So yeah, today is literally just big old yap. This is a big old yap fest, genuinely. So we're seeing what we can do. We're having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I would hope that, you know, we'll see what happens regarding new model stuff. But for the time being, it is 4-year anniversary. Let's talk about that. Chat, here's a silly little question. If you remember the very first moment you have met me, right? The reason why you came into my stream, the reason why you followed me, or anything of the like. If you guys know or remember, let me know. Let's talk about the streams as of current, you know? Let's talk about what has been happening, right? Also, hi Nikki. Thank you for the happy anniversary. Curse Valorant crosshair. That's crazy. Listen, it's not cursed, it's correct, and we all know this. But I don't know. Like, I'm like thinking about it, right? 4 years has gone by. 4 years has gone by where we've had this model all the way to all of the other brand new models and have wonderful, wonderful, like, times and moments together, you know? And I think that that's very nice. I love the fact that we've had so many great experiences. There's so many memories I've had for every single year, from all of the different models that I've had to all of the different community members that I've seen come and go from the years beyond, all the different games that we played together and all the different experiences, moments, clips, etc. It's been a treasure. I'm very happy and I'm very proud of the community that we've built. And of course, like I said, as even if we've been happily seeing people come and go multiple times over, it does make me happy that we've been able to have each other here, you know? It makes me very happy to have that, you know? Tiffy more or less introduced you here, and boom, history. Someone mentioned you were a VTuber during the hunt, and I went, eyes? Well, when did you guys first meet me? Me sweating. Person up disturb. Hey, that pays. Literally. The memory I remember best from meeting you was Minecraft more than anything else. I can't remember, Med. Wasn't it that you followed me literally like a year prior and then you never showed up until like a year later? And then you didn't remember why you followed me? And then it was something, and then that's when like you started joining in for the Minecraft streams and everything, and then you became my mod and stuff. I was going through a rough patch with another friend who I modded for. One time we raided you, and that was fun. So I was in and out of your streams frequently for 2-ish years. Then I fell out with that friend and was skimming through Twitch and found your stream again. It was smooth sailing from there. I remember thinking that there was no way you had that train animation I kept seeing for the Stormblood trains I was joining and didn't have a VTuber, so I checked, and lo and behold, the first stream I think of was a Chill 14 stream, but I stuck around from the end of Ace Attorney. Dude, Nuclea, I literally don't... For some reason, I felt like you've been here for much longer, Nuclea. Genuinely. So you saying that made me go, have you only been here since I've been doing Stormblood trains? Actually? Wait, that's wild. Then again, it's almost been a full year since I've done Stormblood and... Well, no, just Stormblood specific trains. So, that's crazy. That is crazy. Nuclea took the community like a duck to water. I've only been here since you started playing Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Dude. Wait a second. You mean during my Platinum run? Ah, that was fun. Ah, but good days, good times, good years. Ah, why is my teeth hurting? Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Same thing, but upgraded. It is the same thing, but upgraded. I was just like thinking like, when did I play Pokemon Diamond and Pearl? And that's what was confusing me. And I'm like, oh, during the Platinum run. Man. Well, I'm trying to think. What was my favorite memory? What was my favorite memory? What is my favorite memory of streaming and everything? Wait, what? Sorry, hold on. I swear to God, if I'm about to get another fucking text message of another fucking person who's gotten into themselves in a car accident, I'm about to scream. Sorry, I got a random message. I got a random message, and I'm not gonna explain the details until I know more. But it's like someone is asking someone if they're off-roading right now, and it's now, well, my anxiety's up in the fucking roof again. Ah! Why am I getting this message now? This better be a joke. This better be a joke. This better be an April Fool's Day joke. you were. I'm gonna punt. Sounds like you need a hug. Sounds like I need therapy. Sounds like I need everyone in my life to stop getting into disastrous events. Please. Please. Ah. I didn't even really start chatting until November, December, if I recall correctly. I remember coming in to stream expecting the bean before 2D Oka flashbang my perspective. That's crazy. What was your favorite game you didn't expect to like as much as you did? That's a good question, because the thing is that actually no, easy, Final Fantasy 14. Easy, Final Fantasy 14, because I hated playing Final Fantasy 14. I really hated ARR, dude. Dusk had been agonizing for me to play for years, and I finally gave in, and I was like, okay, I've played Final Fantasy 16. I really enjoyed it. Okay, fine. I promised I would play Final Fantasy 14 and give it a shot. I hated ARR, dude. I was so exhausted playing through ARR. And if you guys ever watched my VODs from when I started playing ARR, you guys could clearly see I did not want to be doing this. I did not want to be doing this. It got to the point where there was one cutscene that there was one scene, and if you know what I'm talking about, it's the moment where you walk in to Revenant's Toll. No, not Revenant's Toll. The Waking Sands. You walk into the Waking Sands, and everything just goes silent. And you know what I'm talking about when I say that. That was oh, right? But even after that, ARR and post-ARR was so goddamn boring. Then Heavensward happened, and then I cried. Smile. So that's what I would say. Final Fantasy 14, no doubt. I'm nervy, but I attach quickly, and I spend way too much time on Twitch. Pet nuclear. I remember being on a Pennsylvania back road and just scrolling on Twitch when I stumbled across you. I just loved the atmosphere and decided to gift a ton of subs. I honestly had no intentions to stay that night, but everyone here was so kind and welcoming that I just felt inclined to stay. And Snort, we always love you and appreciate you, even though I technically always say your name wrong and it's supposed to be Snore the Rainbow, right? But I listen, Snort's cute, you know? But I hope you're doing well, by the way, Snort. I hope everything's been good for you. Thank you so much, by the way. You've always been an absolute delight within the community, genuinely, and I always appreciate you so much, dear. So thank you. And you've been also one of my long-term community members too. So that's always nice. Oka, you're like a JoJo Stan user. You attract calamity. I always attract calamity. I'm always a problem. Smiles. Time to suddenly have an urge to swim in the ocean or no! Also, we are in Adweek. Also, hi Lomax. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Happy Annie. Thank you, Meteor. Thank you. You're actually right. It is Snort because it's better. But it's so funny. It's Snort T Rainbow, technically speaking. Kind of didn't expect to stay for this long. I'm kind of a drifter, so this is the longest community I've been a part of. Cheers to that. Cheers to that, Elden. But yeah, hold on. Okay, maybe this cough is getting worse. If life wasn't as challenging and difficult, you would have as much satisfaction getting through it. You crave the hard difficulty. But I think my biggest thing, right, chat, is that for me, I love my community because of that. We have our own little mixed match of people who literally didn't expect to come in, who didn't expect to stay, and who stayed. And if I remember correctly, a good portion of my community members are not even VTuber fans. A lot of you guys just don't. A lot of you guys don't care for VTubers in particular, if I remember correctly, right? And so it's very funny in my opinion, when things like this happen and it's we managed to bring in the community so heavily and just make this community very comforting and warm and welcoming, that anyone from anywhere doing whatever they need can come in, can have that comfy cozy vibe, and to be able to be here. And I love that genuinely. So I'm grateful, I'm thankful, I'm always very happy to be in the position where we were able to build that community. And that's the whole reason why I don't want to lose the community ever. I don't ever want to lose the community, just period. You know? And that's why we are keeping our community. That's why we're never going in, we're not ever going corporate. We're keeping indie. So we'll see. Kind of didn't expect to stay for this long. If life wasn't as challenging, I meant to say wouldn't. That's so funny. You wouldn't have as much satisfaction getting through it. You crave the hard difficulty. My VTubers love me. Thank you very much. They stay for the vibes. Lamau, wait, have I never told you how my username is pronounced? It's Snort the Rainbow. Listen, no. We've talked about this because I've said it's Snort the Rainbow. Or at least, like, we've probably, like, agreed that it's Snort the Rainbow, right? But, like, the thing is, you're right, but the way that it's written is still, it's literally, there's only one T. It's still written with only one T. That's why it's very funny. But yes, Snort the Rainbow is the correct statement. And that is, I mean, obviously it's meant to be, well, actually, I don't know if it's, I don't know. Is it meant to be a reference regarding the way that, Snort the Rainbow, Taste the Rainbow, like that commercial is? I always presumed that was the reference that you were making. But that's why I kept calling you Snort, because it's very funny. Usually VTubers tend to throw me off, but the community here was just so nice and welcoming. I'm not super active, but I appreciate everyone here. And everyone loves you too, Meteor. And that's the whole point. That's why I enjoy the community. I love the vibes that we have. And I want to see, now here becomes the bit, yes, Skittles. Yes. The Skittles slogan. See, that's why I'm like, yeah, I figured that was the reason. But I always looked at your name and went, what? So why do you only have one T if it's meant to be Snort the Rainbow? And that's why I'm like, Snore the Rainbow doesn't make sense. It's Snort the Rainbow. But like, why do you only have one T? We've never had this specific conversation. We just mutually agreed it's Snort, but like the wording. But anyways, hold on. Pause. First off, Lomax, thank you so much for the 7 consecutive streak. Thank you. What was I gonna say? So, okay, here's a different question, by the way. Also, Nini! Eid Mubarak, my love. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Guys, so, okay, other slight question, because this is actually kind of important, right? So here, and be honest with me. I'm being so for real, be honest with me. I'm not gonna take it personally. Trust me, I will not take it personally. I understand, okay? Should this community grow big? And like, you guys could say yes, and then you might realize it's actually a no later. Like, that's perfectly fine by me. Like, be honest with yourself. Should the community, right, grow bigger? Should the community grow bigger? Do you think you would stay? If the community got too big, let's say we got to Twitch partner numbers, right? So Twitch partner numbers, as a reminder, is like 75 viewers, right? If we got to Twitch partner numbers, 75, 80-ish viewers per stream, and there's a lot of people talking and communicating. And you know me, I love responding to every single person, but the problem is obviously there's a point in which it's not possible. Would you guys stay? Because I know that there is actually a very strong amount of people, not in my community necessarily, but there's a very strong amount of people who loves the back and forth community between being able to talk to the streamer and being able to talk to the chat, and it not being so overwhelmingly difficult to talk to, stream, or chat, right? And so I know that some people actually drift apart drift off and away because of the fact that like the community has gotten so big or so chaotic, or you know what I mean? Like there might be a little bit of people. And obviously, very clearly, the reason why we haven't grown necessarily is not because, well, besides the fact that I'm just so unbelievably lazy when it comes to actually using other social medias, and Twitch itself does not grow. But, right, there is the aspect of we don't want people who are going to come into this community and are not going to be kind and considerate and want to be like a community with each other, right? We don't want people coming in and saying slurs. We don't want people coming in and like trying to dominate the entire conversation, or like people who will come in and specifically try to like say a lot of like kind of crazy things to me, you know what I mean? So it's like we wouldn't want those kind of things to happen. Of course, that's the like not the community we want to raise to begin with, right? But right, so that's why we haven't had those people in the community, because they don't stay long. But there's the opportunity of, if we grow bigger, it's still going to be a little bit hectic. I won't be able to read every message. Is that a situation in which you would want to leave? And it's fine if that's the case. I'm just curious. I am honestly thankful for staying in this community. If I hadn't stayed, I definitely would have stayed true to my username, the Wandering Swordsman. Uniformity, the extra T would break it, I think. I'm being picky. Listen, you know, put hands up. I understand completely. I genuinely understand completely. I prefer a small community, not gonna lie. I would still stay even if it grows. I balance community. It can definitely grow right now, but in the end of it, I'd stay to write it out. I'm happy either way. Not getting rid of me, Mika. I like the coziness of the small community, but I would also want it to grow and flourish. I barely interact with my first VIP badge streamers community because of the way her community started treating me. They started treating you bad, Wondering? What the heck? There's the emotional connection with a smaller community, but communities are destined to grow at some point. Inshallah. I'm locked in at this point. I'm quiet anyway, so I don't think it bothers me. I don't usually join big streamers, but I enjoy it when people grow into it. I was gonna say, can I just emphasize real quick? My 3 mods, I love you guys. It's really funny that you guys are like, of course I would say. It's like, I mean, technically, of course you would stay. You're my moderators right now. If you were like in sickness and in health, but also we're not gonna do it if there's like too many people here, then it would be such a funny way to realize that my mods are gonna leave me if it gets too chaotic. Like when there's actual work to be done and people need to be banned, it's like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. Whether the community grows or not, I will stick with Omka. I might lurk more and talk to the OG members on the side, but I will still support you. And listen, by the way, just as an emphasis, just as a clarification, always, the Discord will always be a better hub no matter what. I'm not wandering. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Did I say wandering? I think literally the message like moved up and I said wandering. I'm so sorry. Swordsman. Swordsman, did somebody treat you badly? I'm so sorry. That's me being silly. Swordsman, did somebody treat you badly? I'm so sorry. That's crazy, by the way. By the way, as always, a reminder, by the way, if you guys ever want a more quieter atmosphere, the Discord is always going to be available to you no matter what, because the Discord's always like a big thing, and there's people who can have those little quiet moments, and there's a lot of people who will join the streams but never join the Discord. So those are always going to be where your OG members can stick around, have fun, especially during community nights and the like. Matters. I usually avoid big streamers, not because they're big, but because their streams feel complete and I just never feel the desire to try and join in. I just shrug. I'm already latched on like a barnacle. I will always want anyone I watch to grow. I never expect any of my messages to be read. It's nice, but I care more about what you, the streamer, are doing and enjoying the stories, yaps, art, etc. We're bound to you right now. Can't leave if we wanted. If I see that viewer number hit 60, I delete my Twitch. Is crazy. Yeah, I pinged a mod to ask the streamer a question. Hey, would you mind passing on my thanks for a fun year of streaming? And I got some hateful comments. Dude, that's crazy. That's awful, actually. Send help. We're still in the FC basement. No! Was that? I have to work now? They're both swordsmen. They are both swordsmen. I'm the uppercase swordsman, and Wandering's the lowercase swordsman. Is crazy. I mean, not untrue, though. That's fair. I was curious about like the aspect, because I know that there is people who actually would be like, yeah, I don't really want to stay for like bigger communities, and that's perfectly fine. Listen, I'm not the best with like managing communities, you know. I'm not the best with staying within communities. Like I've never been the best with it, but I try to if I can. And I like, if people grow big, I would want them to be growing big, you know. I always, of course, see there's always people and this is something that's I've seen quite a bit when people get to partner level or anything of the like. They realize that their original members just aren't there anymore. Like the community has grown, I guess maybe too big almost for their partner, or like not their partner, their original members to stay. And that, to me, that makes it a little sad. It's like, I would never want to grow big enough that my community wouldn't want to stay anymore. You know what I mean? The community that built us up, that was here for the last 4 years, I wouldn't want you guys to like be gone. To me, that like hurts me more than the aspect of getting to a partner, or not hurts me, sorry. To me, the aspect of losing you guys feels worse to me than the happiness I would feel of getting to partner. That's the right wording, I think. So yeah. I felt really, really wild, especially considering I was a personal favorite chatter of the streamer. Yeah, that's rough. I do feel for the later comers who find bigger communities late. I'm not the main character, so that would happen. That's crazy. I do imagine some of it is parasocial aspect of smaller communities, because you can get more attention because there's less people to take that attention, etc. Not to say that's a bad thing. It's just another side of that that I've seen some people say. Yeah, it's the personality, or it's not personality. It's the personal connection you get with your streamer, right? I get to talk to you guys. I get to read every single comment. So it's not been an issue, right? It's genuinely not been an issue. It does become a slight problem where it's like, I can no longer read every single message at some point, you know, and it becomes that unfortunate thing. Or people make it a competition, or this, or this, or this, and it's like, ugh. The theater ship, if the old plank's gone, are we the ship? Or the thesis ship. I do appreciate greatly how much consideration you have for us. I feel very appreciative that you are always willing to hear us out, and even DM you personally if we feel the need to talk about a specific subject about the community. Exactly. And like, I always emphasize this, right? You guys are allowed to message me. You guys are allowed to contact me for anything, whether it be like, if you guys have a issue with the community, which I've never really had a big issue in any capacity with the community, as in like, I've never had people come to me for issues regarding the community. As everyone literally said, people stayed in this community because of you guys. You guys coming in, being welcoming, and that's the whole point. Every single time someone follows, you guys say hi. Every time so we are doing like big raids, you guys say hi and welcome, and like, you know, if you guys have the energy, you guys talk with the people we raid into, or when people raid into us, you guys are chatting with the community and etc. Like, I've never had any issues in any capacity where people didn't come in and was like, damn, this is a warm and welcoming community and it's a kind community. Well, I'm going to stay. And then they become part of the community eventually because of that, right? I've never had any issues with people like being like, oh, I don't like your community for this reason, right? Never had any kind of issues with that. If you guys ever had any kind of issues, or you guys had concerns like, hey, should we be concerned about like the behavior of this parasocial person or this? If you guys ever had any kind of questions about that, you guys could always DM me. Preferably, you guys would message the ticket system, so then it's either me or my mods who can handle it, so it's not always on me, right? But yeah, like I'm always very like comfortable with having conversations, or like being in calls with people and like yapping, or like just being there where I can. I'm horrid when it comes to sending messages. I'm horrible when it comes to sending messages. I will literally forget to press send so many times. So shrug, you know. I do appreciate, some people try finding small streamers to be parasocial. That is very true. The amount of times in which people came to my streams, like, the amount of times people have come to my streams, or even my friends' streams, like, and they try to be parasocial because they think that they can, because, you know, some community members are better than no community members is what the saying goes. It's like, no, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. I'm having a really bad cough, and I don't think it's the bulldog noodles anymore. Personally, I do think you're a very good streamer, Oka. You do a lot of things for everyone. You manage a lot. I am mentally taking too much of a, like a, what's it called? I'm mentally taking too much, like, of everything and not doing enough. In all honesty, I don't think that I do enough for the community. Like, as much as like, oh yeah, you know, look, we've got new overlays and everything. I have like 20 billion things in the background that I need to do, and I haven't done it. I had a channel point that I wanted to make as a silly meme for today, and I haven't done it yet. There's so many things to do, and I'm so tired. But I hope one day, inshallah, that we will be in a, or I will be in a position where I can be able to do everything and anything to be able to be there for you guys, to be able to grow with you guys, to be able to support you guys, to be able to make things a little bit easier on you guys, and like to have fun. Like, for example, okay, actually, here's something that I can talk about, right? Actually, there's two things I could talk about. One, here's a little inside thing, by the way. A relatively big company did message me asking to use one of the posts that I have posted. I'm not asking for money, quite frankly. I kind of don't care. But it's the aspect of like, wow, we got notice, chat, from a platform I barely use, which is really funny. So that's interesting. But hey, we got notice, chat, right? But also, two, because of the whole situation regarding Stream Elements nearly crashing and burning, right? There is an insane amount of people who create widgets who are literally making their own personal, like, platforms to hold and, like, utilize and, like, allow for cloud-based widget usage. So there's going to be a bunch of widgets that I've been wanting to use and bring into the community that I haven't been able to, like, for example, a check-in system and so on and so forth, that we will be able to do because of the fact that we'll be able to use those widgets, because it's not going to be through Stream Elements. So that's going to be very fun in the future. That's going to be a lot. Widgets are the bane of my existence. Sometimes widgets are going to be fun to use. Also, as far as I've heard, there may be also one to use locally on StreamerBot, which might be something that I could utilize as well. Stream Elements is burning down. Stream Elements, there's a big question mark regarding whether or not Stream Elements is gonna it's gonna shut down, right? Because there's somebody that's saying like there's a lot of people who are getting fired, a lot of people leaving the company. There's a lot of people not getting paid on time. There's like some big question marks, but Stream Elements says that they're talking with business people to be able to keep the place running. So who knows, maybe, but because there was that scare and Stream Elements didn't like respond soon enough, people are creating more widgets because there's a necessity for widgets, and the only platform that realistically utilizes a way to have widgets is Stream Elements, which is really stupid. So shrug. You also don't start any drama or put anyone down, so I'm more than happy to keep supporting you. I put myself down. Does that count? There's only so much community stuff you can manage and schedule at one time. I cannot be more than just myself. As much as I feel like I have like 20 different personalities on me, I only am one Oka bean. It may not look like it, but it's a house on fire, essentially. Imagine Twitch not making things more complicated for no reason. The last update they did was the update to drops. Open source widget seems more fitting. Oh god, Oka, the horror stories you told us. I was gonna say, I've told a lot of horror stories regarding like drama that has happened to me and drama that has like been within the VTubing community. I don't tell you guys because one, it's not my story to tell, quite frankly, but also two, there's no point in bringing drama to like a community-wide situation. If it has affected me in a severely negative way that is something where I can vent about, yeah, of course I'll talk about it. But there's like things in which it's like it involves people that you guys might have seen. So for example, there's some people that you guys may have like seen that I would talk to so often and everything, and I don't talk to anymore. Especially over the last several years. You guys may have seen there's people that would be here in the community who would be there every single time, or there would be people who would be always like cheering me on who are no longer here, and you might be like, I wonder if they got busy. And there's things that happen in the background for sure, right? But I'm not gonna be like, oh, this person left because of blah, blah, blah. There's no reason. There's literally no reason to bring it up, right? Because if you guys are friends with them, I'm not gonna break up your friendship. If you guys still want to support like maybe X streamer, I'm not gonna break up that kind of like relationship you guys have. If they want to talk about it, let them talk about it, but I'm not gonna bring it up. I'll bring it up like if I'll bring it up to like my moderators, I'll bring it up to like my close friends that if I'm going to be like ranting or venting, but like that's very rarely the case, you know? So Shrek, even if Oka had 20 personalities, we still support Omka. More Okas to enjoy. Oka handling drama behind doors and not shining in another not shining in under a stage light. No way, dude. Listen, I've had so much drama over the goddamn years. I don't want to deal with it. I literally don't want to deal with it. I've learned at this point in my life that it's like there's just no reason to put it out unless you want to drama farm. Like actually. Like, and it's stupid. It's so stupid, the idea to, like, think about. Like, to me, the idea of verbally saying the drama in a public setting, like a very public setting, is, like, ridiculous. Because it's, like, at that point, like, what's the point? What's the point? You're doing it specifically for, like, likes, clickbaiting, and also probably like sympathy, maybe if you're trying to put yourself as the victim, or maybe you're the victim. Sorry, I put a mouthful of noodles and not a good idea. To me, I'm just like I don't want to deal with it, right? My 10-page expose of Mika, and every single page just literally says, I think Mika's the best, I think Mika's the best, but they don't take care of themselves. I think Mika's the best, but they need to sleep more. I think Mika's the best, but they need to get some more sleep instead of joining for hunt trains. Or doing 12-hour Final Fantasy XIV streams. Or getting so nervous about EXs. It's literally just me complimenting. The only drama farming, quote unquote, that I will do is literally me talking about what's happening in like the VTubing space or realities. Things that don't involve me, quite frankly. Like, I will put my input because opinions are the reason why you guys are here. You guys are here for me yapping about things. But if I were to talk about every little thing, right, that has happened with me personally, it would be too much, right? If I were to, like, there's different dramas that I can go on about, but I'm not going to say names regarding it, right? Like, but I've gone through my own personal fair share, a lot of drama. And it's like, at a certain point, you just kind of get to the point where you're just like, why? What's the point in having this conversation? Genuinely, what's the point of having this conversation in any capacity, right? Like, if, for me, if people are bad to me, leave them. You don't need the bad energy. I'm already dealing with enough stress in my life just from the day-to-day lives. I don't need someone giving me a damn headache. I don't need someone who I have to like walk around like as if there's glass on the floor. What's the term? It's like walking on eggshells essentially. Like I don't want to be walking on eggshells with a person because they're jealous of me because of the fact that I'm more sociable and they want more people to talk to them, but because I'm talking, people are talking to me and people quote like me more. That's a real thing, by the way, that happened. Listen. Let's talk vagueness about dramas that have happened to, quote unquote, drama that has happened to me. People who have actively hated me because people liked me more than they liked someone else because of the fact that I was more social and I was talking to people, and so I was having conversations with them, and they wanted the aspect of people talking and bringing them into conversations, but also and being friends with them, but also not wanting to put in the effort of having those conversations and like talking to these people. For example, that is one thing. Eyes knowingly, like on stream, especially causing drama is so silly. So many people need to learn to talk privately and not just have a hasty fit in public. So they were delusional and somewhat parasocial. No. It's not that they were so parasocial. This was in a friend setting, essentially. It's the aspect of they were literally they wanted to have friends but not make the effort of having friends, and then they were getting upset with me having friends with the people they wanted to be friends with because I was social enough to talk to them. You know what I mean? And then let me just drink water. Hey, if you guys want a little bit of tea spilling over the years of me streaming, here's some tea spilling. Let's have a conversation about the random dramas I've been in. For example, they got mad at me because I liked somebody, and this person did not want to commit to me, and I was like, okay, that's fine, right? So me and a different person started talking a little bit more, and like we got together as a joke, and then really, right? And then this friend got really mad at me because this friend was talking just casually, right? Not in any kind of way, with the person I ended up getting together with. And you know what happened? They got real freaking mad at me because they're like, oh, well, the person that I got together with, they're like, this person literally got together, like, they only used me to get closer to you. To, like, this ex-friend just said that the guy that I'm talking to only got close to her to talk to me. Honey, they didn't need to talk to you. I was already friendly enough to talk to. And also, in no way, shape, or form did I ever know in any capacity if that my ex-friend liked this dude. If I knew that, I would never have I would never have spoken to them. That's English. Girl code is everything, right? I'm not gonna break girl code. That's crazy. I'm not gonna be like one of those people where it's like, oh, you like them? Okay, I'm gonna go steal your man's, like, hello, right? So they wanted to force you into friendships with other streamers? No. They wanted friendships with other people, not streamers necessarily. They wanted friendships with other people, but they didn't want to make the effort to have friendships with said people. But because I had those friendships with other people, because I put in the effort to have friendships with other people, they were mad at me that I had these friendships, and they're like, why does nobody like me, essentially? You know what I mean? They essentially wanted to force a friendship with those people with themselves. They wanted to be involved in that friendship group, but they weren't making the effort for it. But whatever. Either way, that friendship group was garbage. Also, that entire friendship group was absolutely also garbage, though. Because that entire friendship group was also garbage, specifically because of the fact that that entire friendship group was literally being so fucking predatory to, like, the women in the group. They literally, like, it was wild. It was wild. And this is also one of the reasons why I no longer support a different, not VTuber, but streamer, because this streamer has moderators who literally, like, has a moderator or editor that is like 30 years old trying to get together with a 20-something-year-old, or like a 21-year-old or a 20-year-old. And, like, because of the power they have, due to certain aspects regarding that streamer, they're hard pressuring this girl. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Hello? And so, you know, yeah, haha. There's a lot of things like that. Let's see. That's one thing. That's one entire drama group, dude. Yeah. So jealousy for being an extrovert and yapper. Exactly. Jealous that I'm an extrovert and yapper, and they're an introvert, and etc. Points. A lot of pick-me's don't realize they are pick-me people. Even when I've explained to them multiple times that they're a pick-me person, they don't listen to me. It's whatever. I've seen people like that. They would see people like you as people who stepped on them to become friends. They don't believe in actively working to be friends. Exactly, Elton. What's another random tidbit of, like, Oka lore? Ooh, okay, this is before VTubing, actually. This is well before VTubing. Right? I was in a more or less somewhat like abusive / toxic, very toxic relationship. And this has nothing, like, the conversation, the way that I look back and am so disappointed, because I was a moderator for like a stream, like a friend who is a streamer, right? And this was well before, again, this is not during my Oka years in any capacity. I was in a really bad relationship, and literally it was to the point where I had to be given a hidden role to continue moderating for my friend, because my partner did not want me to be a moderator for my male friend, even though they know this guy, right? They know that we're friends, there's nothing about it, blah, 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 right? And like I had to be like the secret mod and everything, because I wanted to still help my friend. My friend was like, what the fuck, right? And it was a situation where I remember this very clearly, where I was pacing around in my parents' room. I don't even remember why. I think I had family over, and like my mom's side of the family was over, and so I was sleeping in like my parents' room, like on a mattress, or like on a blow up mattress. So then family members can have my room, right? I remember pacing in my parents' room, and I was trying to talk with all of the mod team about about the things that were happening, right? Where it's like I felt like I was trapped in this relationship and I couldn't leave this relationship. And I was saying a lot of like things that like very clearly, like I was a victim of abuse in this situation, right? Or I was a victim of like in a very toxic relationship. And they were not helpful in any capacity. Like, and I look back and I go, wow, those are some really shitty friends, because in no way, shape, or form did any of them, because they're all older than me, by the way. This was like when I was like young 20s, maybe it was even before I was 20, actually. But like, I look back and I go, wow, not a single person came up and was like, hey, you're not in a good position, you're not in a good relationship, I'm telling you this straight, like, you should not allow yourself to be in this position because you deserve better, kind of thing. Not a single person came up to me and told me that. Not a single person came up and said, that's not normal, what you're experiencing and what you're going through. And I remember very clearly the conversation in which I definitely I was trying to justify everything that this dude was doing, right? Every single argument, every single fight, etc. The reasons why he's like essentially like dogging my freaking accounts, like that kind of thing. And it, like, to me, the wildest thing is the fact that not a single person, and all of these guys are much older than me, guy and girl. Like, there's a bunch of guys and girls in this small team. Not a single person said anything. And like, you could make the argument that maybe they weren't close enough to me, or they expected someone else to do it. But that's the bystander effect, right? If you see something going wrong, you shouldn't be a bystander. You should be the person to act, because there's going to be people who will not say anything, thinking someone else will do it and nobody else may do it. You know what I mean? And it could have been worse. It could have literally been so much worse. You know what I mean? Bleh. Like that's something, for example. Right? But shrug, that happened. Dude, listen, my moderators and my close friends can attest to this. If I were to talk about the disaster relationships I've ever had, you guys would see how crazy my goddamn life is. It is a fucking K-drama soap opera. I'm being so dead ass. It's really crazy. I'm an introvert. I still force myself to reach out and talk to people because I genuinely want to make friendships. Exactly. Speaking of which, Mika, you doing this literally brought our friendship together. Because I remember how many times I'm like, oh my god, yeah, that's Mika. Like, me pointing to you on the screen during the trains. I'm like, oh yeah, you're an Australian Vtuber. I know that. And then like every time you said hi, and you know, like it took me a while because I'm stupid. It got to the point where we actually got to talk and have communications and actually be like friends and stuff, you know, which is crazy. Also, hi Bendy. I hope you're doing good. But yeah, that's crazy. You know, that's crazy. But man, can people like even think for a moment about how power dynamic affects relationships even for one moment. It's hard, sure, but it's not that hard. Boo on them for being pissy about you making an effort to talk to people. Nah, that doesn't exist. Unsecure and possessive. What the fuck? People, I joke about the mod to spouse pipeline earlier, but come on. Yeah. Well, it's just crazy. It's like, to me, it's like wild. It's wild. I will neither confirm nor deny for secrecy. Yeah, broken emote. Ugh, it's okay. Heart. But it's okay. Like I said, I'm comfortable with talking about these things because I've already grown from this. Or maybe I just don't care, quite frankly, right? It's like, sometimes I feel like I just have very low emotions to things. Which I think is crazy for me, but like, shrug, it happens, I guess. But I don't know, like, genuinely, I've gotten to the point where I've kind of accepted things that have happened, right? Here's another silly, crazy situation, right? I'm not gonna make this a big conversation because I think I've talked about this before, where like I was with somebody for years. I wanted to leave the relationship. They didn't. We stayed for another year. Clearly it still didn't work because I didn't want to be up in the relationship, and there was there's nothing that was going on for this. We were completely different people. By this point in the relationship, and the relationship wasn't going to continue. We broke things off. Not even 6 months later, they get together and get engaged to my ex-best friend. Yeah, that happened. And my ex-best friend, I mean, they're now my ex-best friend. They were my best friend still at the time. Not even 6 months later. Yep, Eldon, I remember telling you this. Emotional distance can be healthy. Listen, like I said, I have gotten to the genuine point where if somebody is toxic in my life, or if there is toxicity in general that is happening, I'm just like, you know what? Fuck off, actually, like, goodbye. I don't need it. I don't need this energy. I'm already dealing with so much. There's people who are, like, involved in my life. I don't need to deal with it. I don't need to deal with, like, more drama, more issues, whatever. Goodbye. Good riddance. Good riddance. I have heard some of Oka lore before. I won't say just in case, but it had something to do with almost leaving the country. Oh, yeah. There was a point in which, like, I believe I've talked about this. I'm not the best with school. I've never once been good with schooling. I'm not the smartest person in the world. I'm definitely not smart enough, like, for what I've gotten. But, like, legitimately, I have gotten to a point where I had been dismissed from my university. I was very, like, much not in a good mental place, and so I literally left the fucking country. I ran away from home. I've talked about this before, where I ran away from home before. And if I hadn't came back when I did, two things would have happened. I came back literally 2 days before all of the country was on lockdown because of COVID starting. So now you know time-wise what happened, right? I came back home like 2 days before COVID, like, fully locked down everything. And the second thing is, if I hadn't came back when I did, and if I had been locked, essentially or if I had been locked away in this other country, the other continent, quite frankly, there was a heavy chance that I realistically would not have seen my mom pass. Because realistically, what would have happened is my mom would have been so stressed about the situation, that she would have been gone way sooner than she had been. You know what I mean? So, puts hands up, shrug. So they were either cheating or they clearly wanted to spite you. I don't think it was spite. But I do think that it was either emotional cheating before the breakup, or it was cheating. It wasn't emotional cheating, but it was immediate. Yeah, let's just go for it right after. But you know what? Okay, hold on. The thing regarding that, though, that specific story regarding my ex and my ex-best friend. The thing that bothers me more about that situation, and this will always be the thing that I've given up on it. I've already let it go, right? The thing that bothers me the most about that situation is not the fact that they got together. To me, I don't care. I don't care that they got together. To me, I would say, good. I would want the two people I care for the most to be happy. And if that means them being together, then that's fine. To me, I don't care, right? I'm the one that initiated the breakup in the first place. The thing that specifically happened is that they never told me. They never asked me. They never talked with me about it. You are not owed. Like, I'm not owed this, of course. Hold on. What the heck? I'm gonna check something in a second. Anyways, I'm not owed anything in any capacity. But to me, it's wild that, like, I was never spoken to before it was brought to, like, the full public. You know what I mean? To me, that doesn't make sense. Also, give me a second. Am I having an allergic reaction? What's happening? What is happening right now? Hold on. That's odd. I'm fine, I think. I have this, like, bump on my lip. On, like, the inner part of my lip, and I've never had this experience. And I'm like, what's happening? And it feels like, and probably because I'm thinking about it, it feels like it's, like, you know, like, getting bigger or something. But I think that it's, like, just chilling, right? But I'm kind of like, what the fuck happened? Did I get, like, a bug bite on that? Did I, like, bite the inner part of my lip until, like, it's, like, swelling kind of thing? Don't know. I don't think it's an ulcer though. That's why it's like I've had ulcers before where, like, I've been like, oopsies, I fucking bit my lip by accident, you know, or like I've bit the inner part of my, like, mouth, right? No, these are spicy noodles I've had plenty of times. These are spicy noodles I've had plenty of times. So that's definitely not it. I haven't had anything. I guess I had a coffee and I had a, what's called, a croissant. But this was, like, hours ago. This was, like, legitimately well over 8 hours ago. So that doesn't make sense. Hold on, give me a second, chat. I'm gonna like, ice my lip or something. I don't know. Alright, I'm back. The human body is the weirdest thing ever. I think I'm fine, chat. If I'm not, I will send a quick text to my siblings to be like, yo, I'm dying, by the way. Please help. I don't think I'm dying. I think it's being a little silly. I think my body's being stupid. So who knows? But it seems like I might be fine. I'm probably fine and I'm overreacting. You know what the joking statement would be? The joking statement is, oh, I'm getting evil-eyed because I'm saying bad things about people, you know? Even though I'm talking literally about, like, just my experiences and not naming anybody in any particular statement. Wild, you know? But see, my body's like, you know, Oka, you're not allowed, you know you shouldn't be saying anything bad about anybody. So, here you go. Badness. Bad vibes. But anyways, oh, where's my phone? It's okay. I'm fine. It was just like, I was just kind of like noticing it more now. And you know what it might be? It might be something that I've had the entire time and I might not just have remembered. Breaking news, local elf VTuber is dead on anniversary. That would not, crazy to die on your anniversary. No, chat. It's not crazy to die on my anniversary. It's crazier to die on my dad's birthday. Remember, today's my dad's birthday. He would be heartbroken if his firstborn was dead. So I'm not dying before he does. But I would be dying on Eid. Thinks about that for a second. It would be on Eid. It just wouldn't be Eid prayer, so Happy birthday to Papa Oka. Thank you. Not allowed. How else am I supposed to spend my evenings? I wish I knew how to equip the badge on mobile. I don't think you can equip the badge on mobile. It's crazy that Oka doesn't die as much as she does in Valorant. That's real. Stars align in the craziest of way. No dying. But what if? But what if? But what if silly funny? But what if it would make for the greatest prank of all? Guys, I got the greatest idea. I'm going to die during my Twitch anniversary. That's the gift of them all. I go kaboom! And then Sunju takes over the stream. Can't die until I get my 4-year sub streak. That's crazy, Ob. That's crazy. When is your 4-year sub streak, actually? You sound like my Static's white mage. Oh my gosh. But yeah, what was the conversation I was having again? Oh yeah, it's the aspect. Oh god. The aspect, by the way, that, like, I think I'm at 43 months-ish. Oh, okay, not. The aspect that, like, you can go through this whole thing, right? The idea that you can go through and, like, get together with, by the way, all of us were good friends with one another, okay? I don't care that they got together. My problem is that why didn't you tell me, like, privately before you told everyone else? I know I'm not owed it, but at the very least, it's common courtesy for, like, our our friendships, right? And as far as I'm aware, we didn't end the relationship on bad terms either, so I'm just kind of like, shrug. So, I don't know. I've tried to rescue our white mage to prevent them from dying during Savage checkpoints cutscene, but they're too good at running off the edge. That's crazy funny. You'd think, but people can be weird. Exactly. And so that's literally how our friendship, like, just ended. Is because they didn't tell me privately or even ask me. Again, they don't need to. You don't need to do so. Thank you for the pet Sunchu. Sunchu's not here for a moment, but I can get Sunchu. But yeah, no. To me, it's just wild to me. Like, genuinely, it is just wild to me. Hey, listen. We're gonna get a different kind of Sunchu here. Hello. It is me, fake Sunchu. We'll have him be like here. Hello, chat. Are you willing to buy my badge? We have a potato. Where's the potato? Potato! Like the real life potato will never get old. Potato. He's just, he gets to have his little potato on his head. We'll put it on his head. For the joke of it, we'll put it on his head. Realistic Sunshoe is crazy. Big shoe. I just dropped the ice that I was holding. What's it called? I think I'm 43 months. Don't mess with Oka. She's a white maid. She will deny you your res. That's crazy. I love eating baked potatoes. Like, that's crazy. Huh. Not addressing it at all is really weird. Yeah, you don't need them to pull you aside for a PowerPoint, but it's a real dynamic to the relationship. Exactly. It's not like, listen, I've said this before. I will say it again. 1010%. I would have been like supportive of the relationship, right? But to me, I want them to be happy. I'm not someone who wants misery, right? It's like if they wanted to be happy, like if they thought that they would have been better together, I would have been like, damn, that's kind of weird considering you point to my ex-best friend. You specifically said that we were mom and dad, by the way. Audible blinking, you know? But, you know, whatever, right? Like go for it, I guess. It's just like, it's just courtesy. And like, dude, finding out about the engagement was the worst part about it, I think. Specifically because of the fact that they literally just posted a picture of them holding hands with their rings. And then it goes, yeah? And I'm thinking, there's no way that it's an engagement. And it's, by the way, it's not like, they had matching rings. Like, almost like wedding band rings. I'm like, no. It's been a month since they announced that they were together. There's no way. My other best friend messaged me, like, are you okay? I'm like, why wouldn't I be? They're like, because of this image. I'm like, there's no way they're fucking telling the truth. They were. They were. People out here engaged? No. Just talking about some things. Don't worry about it. I'm talking about different dramas that have happened in my life. Or, like, dramas that I just don't publicly talk about. My lip is still, like, I'm trying to just numb it at this point. That is true. Me and my many wives. If I had the ability to, I would marry every single one of my wives. Make sure that they live a happy and wonderful life and don't need anything in their life ever. They literally would need nothing in their life because they would have everything. I love when you see VTubers who are dating for a month and married 3 months into a relationship. To be fair, depending on what it is, like, that's fine, right? For some people, for example, right, the aspect is like, oh, like, because for example, there's a huge saying regarding men in particular, where it's like, you will know if the person that you are with is like spouse material within the first month. For guys, a lot of people are like, yeah, no, you will know exactly that they are spousal material within the first month. They will have their, yeah, no, I want to marry this person moment, usually within the first month, right? There's also the aspect of age. Brother, I am what how old am I again? 27? Am I 27? I think so. I'm 27, right? I don't want to be spending 3 years being with somebody only for them to literally be like, nah, I don't want to marry you. Like, I don't want to deal with it. Like, one, I'm not getting any younger, especially if I want to have kids, right? I'm not getting any younger. But also, two, it's like, for me, okay, listen, to be fair, I'm being generous by saying first month. Just emphasis. But for me, it's like, I'm not getting any younger. I don't want to be in a position where I spend an entire year to 3 years plus being with somebody only to literally be in this position. 1999, baby is 27. Technically speaking, I'm 27 because of the fact that my birthday hasn't came up yet. I will be 28 this year, right? So it's like, for me, age is a big thing, right? I don't want to spend a year in like waiting to get married, right? Because it's like, oh, I wait a year and then it's like, boom, we're like, nothing happens. It's like, okay, I need to spend another year. Obviously, if you are younger, I would always recommend you have more time, you spend more time being together, being engaged, learning about your partner, right? If you are younger, I would hard emphasize that. I would not rush a marriage. When you're older, you have more experience about what relationships you want, what you want from a relationship, etc. And like, usually, it would also mean that the other partner would be the same position, right? So it's like, you would know what you would want because you have that understanding, your conversation, etc., etc. But shrug. You know? Does it hurt? My lip? No. Oh, whoops. Sorry. My lip doesn't hurt. I'm just trying to numb it right now. It feels like it's just like, it doesn't feel right. And to be fair, I have this thing where it's like, if I feel like something's wrong on me, like if I have like texture on my skin, I will start like scratching it, which is not good, by the way. That's not a good thing. But it's like, I don't like having like things I can't I don't like having things that don't feel right or normal on me. I'm now crunching on ice, by the way. So like, now that I've noticed this thing on my lip, I'm now annoyed with it. Yummy ice. You're not supposed to chew on ice, by the way, chat. Don't chew on ice. Don't be like me. Step 1, gotta find a wife. I don't know. I feel like you gotta show off, show that off big whenever it happens. Like, by not saying anything, it puts a lot of pressure on you as the person who is now a third. You can't be the one to bring it up, but it does affect you. So they need to take the responsibility in at least some way if they want things to stay chill. They're also, Nuclea, you know what's the craziest thing? It's not even just that. It's the fact that, like, they brought it up to all of our friend group, right? So they brought it up to the friend group, including me, in that friend group. So it's not just even that. It's not the pressure on me. It's the pressure on the entire friend group. They're like, what happened? Because now they're asking me what happened. Was it, or like, they knew about the breakup, obviously, right? But the thing is like, are you okay? It's putting the pressure on me because people are asking me, am I okay with this? Did they talk to me? Did they like, and that puts more problems on me for something that I don't have any involvement with anymore, you know? And then it also puts the consensus of like them questioning it, and then them thinking that there's cheating involved. So shrug. But I think the craziest thing is them expecting that things are gonna be like a-okay and easy after that situation, without speaking to me a single time. I don't know. To me, that's crazy. And you know what's the best part about that, by the way, chat? You know what's the funniest freaking problem about that situation? I'm 99% certain that both my ex and my ex-best friend are still in Adamantoys. I'm fairly certain they have a house and they still are in Adamantoys. Put hands up. Just saying. That's like, I've blocked them, but I'm just saying, like, I literally went one time. I already stopped talking to them for months. I literally walked into the firmament and I saw my ex-friend and I went, huh? I went, huh? Immediately blocked them. Fastest fucking block of the century. Oh yeah, they had a wedding on 14, by the way. Like, sometimes several like days or months after not days after. They like probably like a month or so after, they had a wedding on 14 and invited the entire friend group. Yeah, that's crazy. But listen, I can give you, I'm not even joking, because of all of the hardships that I've gone through regarding relationships, I can tell you and give you good relationship advice. It's not gonna be the best, but I promise you, I'm not even joking, I can give you the best goddamn relationship advice. I can give you it from both sides of the perspective of both the, like, both partners' perspectives, by the way. And as long as I understand the context, like, there's obviously certain things that I will never be able to, like, certainly, like, 100% grasp, right? Cultural aspects, religious aspects, that is not mine, obviously, right? But, like, there's certain things that I would not be able to, fully understand. I will not be able to fully understand, like, if, like, someone's going through a very specific cultural aspect that I have no involvement in or no understanding in. But I can give you guys good relationship advice. That's why you guys can talk about these things. I don't want to hem and haw when you have the sense of what's happening. Sometimes you want to get married, but there's legal hoops to jump through when you aren't in the same country. That's also the other thing, right? Of course, there's like there's also bigger differences regarding marriage, with long distance, regarding long distance, regarding what's called, like, environmental or economical aspects too. This is also one of the reasons why I did not get married to the person I was with for 3 years, right? Or like with 3 years, 4 years, like something like that, right? My ex that I was talking about that got together with my ex best friend, yeah, I didn't get, like, together with them because they weren't even in the same continent as me. Wanna feel old, Oka? What? People born in 2008 are graduating high school this year? Well, I hate that. But then again, my brother literally graduated from high school 5 years ago, and he's a 2003 baby. So yeah, I kind of understand that. You know how I know it's been 5 years? Because that's when my mom passed. In my mind, I don't like having sleeves past my shoulders. The second something is off, I'm gonna stay or feel like it's getting worse. Listen, I'm also a big drama queen. High key, I love tea. I will just sip. I will sip so much. When was this? If we're talking about the Adamantoy's wedding, I think that's the conversation. I don't remember what this conversation is. I'm yapping about too many different conversations. If the Adamantoy's wedding, that was years ago. I wanna build a Bant Angels deck, but I'm afraid of feeling too much like 3 colors. Good stuff. Any advice? If only we could burn down the house with a fire spell. Real. My lip is still. I'm still trying to numb my lip while talking. This is a wild conversation that's happening. Now I understand your bestie dated. Yeah. My bestie dated my ex, or rather, my ex dated my bestie, and they got engaged. Smiles. I don't know what's happened with them anymore. To be fair, I've put it all to the side. They're never going to be able to get their centurial seals. That's crazy. If they show up, I don't care. I'm not gonna deny them. I'm just not talking to them. Best relationship advice: don't date, buy a motorcycle. No. I thought you said don't date a motorcycle. Is really funny though. I mean, you shouldn't date a motorcycle either. That's a weird kink. Dude, the amount of, like, the weird, like, oh, I married a X item or X object is, like, wild, by the way. Sky, thank you for the raid! Thank you! In reality, to not seem too good, you can run more pillow for— oh my goodness. I think nobody should get married unless they live together past big holidays with them. I disagree, but that's mostly because of the fact that I will never live with the person I am getting married to before we get married. Does that make sense? Religiously, culturally, and personally, I'm not gonna do that. Sky, I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. For those of you guys who don't know who I am, hello everybody. My name is LadyOka. I'm your comfy, cozy elf VTuber. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day today, and thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Sky. How are you doing? What were you guys doing? Welcome in, Raiders. You know what? I'll just marry Miku. There was somebody who did marry Miku. We're talking about random things, little dramas I've ever been in my life, little moments of, like, silly things, crazy antics, relationships, both friendships and like actual relationships, drama. We're just yapping about anything and everything during this little moment. Also, if I ever talk about anything that's going on with me chewing on ice right now, it's because my lip has started to become weirdly numb, and I'm kind of worried that I'm having a stroke or something, or an allergic reaction. I don't think so though, but we'll see. I think it is an allergic reaction though, chat, because the cough and the sneezing have been a little weird right now. I will say, me having that little tickle in my throat, it feels like not a good sign. But I don't know why. I don't know what could this be the case. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Girl, no, I don't know. I literally, this just happened like 20 minutes ago. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So I'm literally just I'm just literally pressing ice to my lip, being like, I don't know why I have a bump, but because I've now noticed this bump, bump could have happened. Literally, it's like a bug bite, chat. It's like when you feel like a bug bite, this bug bite could have been here for like hours, but the moment you notice it, now your brain is just thinking about it the entire time. And now I'm just thinking about this, like, I guess sore on my lip, I guess. I don't know. Cause see, like, I'm trying to think, like, what could this be? Is it possibly because, like, my makeup? Like, is it like, oh, I had, like, expired makeup or something, and now it's, like, affecting my lip? Which doesn't make sense. Is it, like my chapstick that I had? That was, like, weird when I was using it? But then again, I used it, like, this morning. This was, like, well over 8 hours ago. So, like, what happened? Like, these kinds of things, right? Is it, like, maybe, like, I ate something? But I've had all these things that I've had before, unless it's like I'm allergic to cinnamon from the coffee that I just had, but I had this coffee like 8 hours ago, so what the hell? You know? We're having a fun time. Anyways, Sky, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. If you or any of your community members need to go get some sleep, food, water, anything like that, then please prioritize yourself first and foremost. We love you. We appreciate you here in this household. We want you to take care of yourselves. So treat yourself well, treat yourself right, do what you gotta do, and take it easy, okay? Allergies can change later in life, roughly about every 7 years. Yes, because, guys, if you don't know this, your body pretty much is a new body every 7 years, because all of these, what is it? The cells in your body change and regenerate and switch out and etc. every 7 years. So you literally could have an allergic reaction to something you've never had, like, at random. Or you could lose an allergic reaction to something that you've had at random. It could have just been a small... Yeah, it's also possible that I could have just bit my lip, forgot about it, and then, like, now it's just there, right? Absolutely could have been. And honestly, it might be that way, but I'm, like, overthinking symptoms. I'm absolutely overthinking symptoms right now because I've been having this weird cough. So, who knows? Shrug. Allergic gacha, dude. Listen, my allergy is from gacha. So real. I'm gonna hate the day I get the tickle that makes me allergic to red meat, dude. I'm gonna hate the day that, like, I get allergic to something I really like. Like, if I get allergic to shellfish, if I get allergic to shrimp, I'll cry. For me, it was suddenly I couldn't eat bananas, and I also said because banana chips. No, not banana chips. WebMD is Oka dying. WebMD. Yes, she will explode in 2 seconds. Boom. But yeah, I'm a yapper. We just yapping. All good sushi gone. All the tacos. Oh my goodness. Allergic to fish would be terrible. I'm allergic to salmon. Yeah, Mika's allergic to salmon. That means I get to eat all the salmon dishes for Mika. But also, it's because I don't eat non-halal meat anyways, so I can't go and have a taco just randomly. So Shedge. Okay, so what other random stories can I talk about? What's a VTuber? Let me think about VTuber stories. You can have fish tacos. Fish tacos, usually some fish tacos, they put they beer batter their fish for like fish and chips, for example. What's some VTuber stories I could talk about? I've had several people after like the whole breakup and stuff, right? Where I was single for a while. I've had several people that have come in and out of streams, either to support me in chat or in like VCs or stuff, that were potential or at the moment, like minor partners, right? Usually it's just potential partners. And because it's like, oh, they want to support and blah, 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 blah. There was one person. Yeah, I couldn't eat a lot of the Aussie chips or fish. Okay. Okay. I got all the Riz. Listen, I do. Let me just emphasize one thing real quick. Never date a Valorant man. Never date a Valorant woman or a Valorant man. I swear to God. Any form of Riot Games or even Final Fantasy person is not worth it. Sometimes it's worth it. Most of the time, it's not worth it. The amount of Valorant men that I have spoken to that immediately get infatuated with me is unbelievable. And because I'm single for the first time in like my entirety of my 20s, pretty much, I was like, you know what? Sure. Right? Worst goddamn mistake of my life. Genuinely. You know what happened? Chat, there is an actual VOD of this, I believe. Well, obviously in my YouTube VODs, right? Let me tell you something insane. Because this should piss me off. There was somebody who I was like in speaking terms with, and if you know, you know. There was somebody who I was on speaking terms with, and I was like I thought that they were sweet, they were cute, right? And I was like, you know, I like just like the song, maybe, you know, maybe this time will be different, he'll be different, blah blah blah. From Six the Musical. Here's the slight point to make. This dude, not only would he crash my streams, and I'm not talking about crashing my streams in like in chat, I'm saying crashing my streams as in coming to my live channel, to which, by the way, this is the sole reason that this and like a few other reasons, but this one in particular is the sole reason why I no longer have the ability where anyone who has who is like a close friend of mine can come into the live channel whenever they want. It has to only be my mods. But I had someone who literally would come crashing into my stream, and they would take over the stream for just a smidge, whether it be like in my ear only because I had Discord muted, or that they would literally come crashing into whatever was happening, right? And I'm like, hello, right? One of the things that like I don't know like why they did this, okay? There was one point where they came into a call. I was playing Pokemon, I think. They came into the call and the Discord was muted, but I was like, you know what am I gonna say? I'm not gonna say anything stupid, right? So I had myself unmuted. And so they were literally talking to me because they just woke up, and I'm like, yo, like, hi, what are you doing in here? And they just wanted to be like, oh, you know, like I'm wishing you luck with your stream and blah 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 blah. I'm like, and like, you know, I just woke up and blah, and I'm like, okay. Why is this the conversation we're having for like 2 minutes on stream, by the way? That's wild. I was not happy that they just popped into my stream, just period. Because first of all, what if like the Discord was unmuted at the time, right? And like, what if they, for example, because for a situation, if they knew my IRL name, there's a lot of my partners, this one didn't, but like there's a lot of partners who, like, if I trust them well enough, they'll know my real name. What if they came in and said my real name, for example, like, or like, you know, etc., that kind of situation. They wanted that I just woke up VC'd with her moment. Exactly. Dude, even with my best friend, I wouldn't hop into VC on live. That's what I'm saying. And it's like, hello? But see, that bothered me. That wasn't the worst of it. There was 2 different incidences that happened that made me go hard squint, right? First off, one of the things that actually pissed me off unbelievably much, that I actually yelled at them for this. I was collabing with someone else, also a different Pokemon stream. If you know, you know. I was collabing with somebody, and what happened was, they were like, this guy plus his best friend, who I also was friends with, was like yelling about something that was happening in chat, right? They were talking about something they were having their own conversation or something, and then they decided to take this conversation into the VC while I was in a call with my collab partner, and she was streaming too. Keep this in mind. And she doesn't know who either of these people are, by the way. As a note, she doesn't know who either of these people are. And they just come barging into the chat. They come barging into the call. And they start having almost like, they weren't drunk, but they were almost having a drunken conversation. Where they took over the entire stream for like 5 minutes. Like, having this conversation. I'm having to, like, play host in a bigger way. Being like, by the way, you know, these two people meet this person meet these two people. And they... What? It was the most uncomfortable situation, genuinely, where they were just having this conversation where they just took over a stream. By the way, the other friend, not the person I was talking to, but the other, actually both, sorry, let's rephrase. Both of them are streamers. Both of the people who came barging into the call are both streamers. So where's the streamer etiquette in any capacity? The only reason they could get access to my live channel was because they had the friend role that allowed them to get access to the live channel. This was the very specific reason why the friend role no longer is allowed to come into the live channel at whatever point. They showed up, had like this weird fucking 5-minute conversation, and then left. And it was so unbelievably awkward. And I felt so bad, and genuinely, because like my friend was very clearly like, who the fuck are these people to come into this come into this call, take it over, and like what? It was too, like they were too comfortable with that, right? So I was like, okay, that's wild. You know what else happened? This is also another thing. This is the other reason why I was like, okay, there's no point. The guy I was talking to started streaming, right? And so this guy kept giving me mixed signals about whether he wanted to be together or not, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, I don't have time. I need you to like tell me. That kind of conversation, right? But this is beside the point. When I went, like, he started streaming for the first time in a while, I went to go support, of course. I was like, you know, cheering him on. He was streaming with his best friend, the one I was just talking about, right? And I came to support, and like, you know, I was talking in his chat instead of the other guy's chat, so because the other guy streams more, so he had more people. And I was like just trying to make conversation, right? He ignored every single one of my comments, more or less, my conversations. He ignored me giving a sub or like subbing to him. I think I prime sub to him or whatever. And if there was another girl in chat, he would immediately talk with them. He responded to someone subscribing like 2 minutes after I subscribed. Responded to them. Responded to other things. He would like very minimally respond to me. Let's rephrase that. He wasn't entirely ignoring me, but it was like it wasn't even 5% of the fucking conversation. And I'm like, this is the way that you want, like, this is the situation that you want to have? Like, are we being so for real? I'm spending my time, like, coming in to support your stream and to, like, be supportive as a potential partner, especially because of the fact that, like, he's the one not giving me the answer. And this is the conversation like, this is the situation? Brother, what? And especially when they keep coming into my streams and making it about them? Dude, so angry. And that was the point where I was like, you know what? Maybe all the girls were right about you, like, actually. Like, because all the girls were like, oh, you know, he's a player, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no, he doesn't seem that way, blah, blah, blah. And then, boom. No, actually, sorry, the guys were saying that he's a player. The girls didn't know what to think about it. Was he a Valo boy? Yeah, he was. That's why I'm saying don't ever consider Valorant men. Don't ever consider Valorant men. By the way, did you guys notice? Sanchu's eyes also were angry. Look at the anger on my boy. He wasn't even happy to have a potato on his head. Not happy. Mom's angry, not happy. Knew it sounded like Valo behavior. It sounds like off-tank behavior. Dude. Hold on. Okay, wait. Let me rechat. Yeah, don't you love people ruining things? Damn, I can't even jump into live chat. OMG, they wanted to be the just woke up VC'd with her meme. Dude, even with my best friend, I wouldn't hop into VC on live stream. Writing come into the VC stream VC is very different to kicks down uninvited. Common sense. I wouldn't even message someone during a stream, never mind joining VC. That's crazy. Can't be the best streamers if they do. That's not even streamer etiquette. That's just basic common sense. Too comfortable. Yeah, so I was like, Bleh. Also, hi, Raven. Happy 4th anniversary. Thank you, darling. Looks at hands. Welp, I am not What do you mean? What the heck, Wandering? That's crazy. Welp, I am not dateable. No. Listen. I also said Valorant women are not dateable. Listen, there's too many pick-me's in the Valorant women community. There's so many good Valorant women. Don't get me wrong. But there's too many Valorant women who are very possessive over men who are not theirs also, which is wild. And there's way too many pick-me's. So don't worry. I'm also not dateable regarding if I were to put on that point, you know? Since she was going to jump from the top rope and hit us with a body slam. I could get wanting to keep things separate, but if it's separate, that goes both ways. No's, ifs, ands, or buts. Watch out. Sanju elbowing chat from the top rope. Blah. Honestly, that's fair. Valorant is not safe. Valorant is not safe. Also, by the way, the amount of people that just actively lie about their age is wild. Or worse, the people who tell their age immediately but are still unbelievably flirting with someone who is 10 years their senior is wildly gross. The amount of guys who have, like, the moment they start, like, trying to flirt, I'm like, dude, how old are you? And they're like, oh, I'm 18. I'm like, ew, I can be your mother. Please, like, step away. And then immediately they go, mommy. I'm like, I'm gonna punch. I'm gonna destroy the fucking world. There needs to be a lock on freaking children's, like, computers, apparently. Yes, children. They're 18. They're a child, apparently. Like, God help. Oh, help. Ugh. But, yeah, it's like, what can you do? You know? But yeah, there's a lot of different stories I can tell. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I never got into this person. But this dude had the craziest psychopath on him. And it was the funniest thing because I was just talking to him. As a friend, right? Because we had something in common because his name was I believe, if I remember correctly, either his name was really funny. Like it was like a what's it called? Not an NSFW like joke, but it was like almost like a, you know, something mommy's kind of like joke, right? But they're like a dude. It was either that or it was their name was a name of a character from an old anime that I watched. So we had that in common, right? I think it's that one. But there was a dude who literally I was just talking to, right? And then there was a girl who I was friends with, right? Who was also in my Valorant friends list. Who like I was talking to this dude, like we were again just casual, nothing. There was no romantic thing or anything. We were just like having like talking and playing Valorant, right? Because of the fact that we had things in common, and we were partying together. This girl apparently was quote friends with this guy, right, and wanted to join the party and everything. But then the moment they joined the party, they would only talk to this guy. And I was like, is this like a situation where like you literally wanted to get into a call because I was with some dude, which I don't know how they would know that I'm with a guy, right? In any capacity, right? Like I wouldn't know that they would know that I was conversating with a dude over like a girl or something, right? But like they would ignore me completely and they would only talk to this guy. And I asked this guy, I was like, what the fuck's about, like what's about that, right? Apparently, this girl was stalking him and, like, so fully said that they should be together and so unbelievably possessive about it. And so she was mad that I was in a party with this dude and this girl felt, like, hard possessive to be like, no, this guy's mine, essentially. But, and, like, again, girl code, if, like, this is the case, that I would have dropped it. He doesn't want her. And again, I don't want anything to do with this dude. Anyways, I'm not interested. But it's like, this guy actively has said he doesn't want her, but she has stalked his, like, who he plays with and when he games and everything. And he has had multiple conversations with this dude, with this girl. But, very obviously, I will say, if he's not blocking her, then very clearly, then it could be like an attention kind of thing, right? I will always emphasize, if you're having a problem with somebody, and you don't block them, there is a little bit of a problem on you. Dude, people should be more comfortable with the idea of blocking people. Like, I'm being so for real. people should be really more comfortable with the idea of blocking people that they are not comfortable with or anything of the like. It is just not worth your time to be with people who are just bad for you, you know? I'm being so for real. Just don't deal with them, you know? I know girls like that, the incel behavior. Dude, there's guys who are like that, there's girls who are like that. Goodness grief, it's wild. It is just crazy. I know one person I should block, but I'd feel bad if I did. But that's the thing, right? You should, like, for me, it's either you block or you mute them. In games, such as in games that, like, you can potentially meet them in person, block them. There's no reason not to otherwise. Just block them. It's not, there's no other reason about it, right? Speaking of which, you know what I just realized? The person that I talked about before, right? My ex-best friend, they could potentially be in my trains and I would never know in any capacity because I blocked them on 14 and you can't see a person or see their messages at all if you have them blocked. I don't think you could see their model at all or anything like that. They could see me potentially, or they could see me because if they don't block me, they could see me, but they would never be able to, like, I would never be able to know if they were there. That's crazy. But that's the thing, right? For games and stuff, like, you kind of have to block because that's the only way of dealing with it. If, like, it's like Twitter, just mute them. You could mute them, you could soft block them, whatever it is. But you don't, like I said before, don't give your time and energy to someone who's just going to make it a bad time or, like, give you, like, low energy. Bad energy. Like, you don't, life is too short to be giving your time and energy to people who are not going to be supportive and kind to you or good people to you. You know what I mean? That's why spend your time and energy with people who will care for you. That is what I always keep emphasizing. That's why it's like, live a little if you want. Go and have fun, meet people, do crazy things, but don't spend too much time on people that are not worth your time. People who would never have your back. Doesn't stop roulette though. True. You know, I've had people come in, or I've met people on roulettes that I've literally been in, like I'm in Crossworlds with, which is really funny. Go run away to the UK with no plan. Points to me. Points to me. Never again though. Never again though. Someone I know never blocks people that harass her. They can't join your party even though PF either, only of someone else. Listen. That's the thing, right? This is kind of the reason why I kind of have a little less patience with people who are streamers who literally are dealing with a massive amount of harassment from someone and they're not blocking that person instantly. Obviously, there's circumstances, right? There's different circumstances for everything. But if, like, a person immediately makes you uncomfortable, just block them. And this is also the reason you need to have moderators who can do that for you. Moderators who can be the bad guy to say, no, this person's bad for you, Oka. Block. You know what I mean? I decided to have cake. Looks at Neo, Nuclea, and Elden. I was gonna say, specifically looks at Med. Because recently, right? Someone called me a bitch on stream. Like in text, somebody's wrote that I was a bitch. And I was like, damn, that's wild. And so, like, Med literally went, no, the fuck we're not. We're not letting anyone say that, joke or not. No, that's not a joke. And then blocked, and then immediately banned them. Med is absolutely, like, legitimately the dog who will literally just go ham if you let him off the leash. I'm a bad influence. Oka should block me. All right, on my way. Hold on. I got you, Chief. Haha, get banned, idiot. I love that meme, by the way, because some people actually think that they get banned. Some people actually think that I ban people with that. No. Since you cannot ban people with exclamation point ban, you have to do like a slash. You have to do slash ban to ban people, by the way. Sobs. Yeah, you don't even say that, Obedient. And you said some wild things, too. Nuclei is the dog who rolls over to expose their soft spots. Med is the dog who, if you let them off the leash, they will literally jump and tackle somebody. Neo is a cat who's just always prone to falling and losing a life. Eldon's the cat that should be there where you, like, it should be where you think that they are. And then sometimes you turn around and you're like, where did they go? What happened? Where are they? And then you don't see them for a bit. Also, Mick, I hope you're doing well. Hello, hi, hello. Is there any, wait, hold on. Is there any way you want me to call your name, by the way? Mikhail, Misfits. Is there any particular name you want to go by? I want to make sure I say your name correctly, by the way. Number one, op. Rest in peace, Neo. What the fuck? This really do be a lanky Kong catching the smoke tonight. What does that mean? Use English! I'm way too timid to be a good support. I'm working on it. Nuclear, you are working on it. We will build you up. We will build you up. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm just a hallucination and will return to sleep in a second. You are so real for that. Hey, listen, I hope you have a good rest of your EP if you can. Enjoy the yappenings that happen with us. I'm an old dog. I may be slow, but I am still a Saint Bernard. I don't know dogs, but I think I understand. But I'm the sneaky snake that slithers away at times unexpected. Yeah, so a cat who just randomly is gone and like you don't know where the hell they went, even though they were just right there. What the actual hell am I looking at, Neo? What did you send me? Nuh-uh. Relevant video, no. I am never trusted with this. Yeah, and that's also the reason why you don't have that power, Obedient. Anyways, it's safe to show stream. I'm not showing stream though. YouTube will not be safe to have it shown on stream. Alden is the cat that could teleport from one place to another in the span of a second. You ever see those cartoons where the dog has a little barrel on their neck and is big and fluffy? Usually, yeah. Okay. They have a little message, and the message is always going to be for you. The message when you take the barrel out is, go play Magic the Gathering. Oh, but never mind, been sub for 41 months. Oh, but you have been here for 3 years, 4 months, 27 days, 23 hours, 25 minutes, 7 seconds, for a total of 1,242 days. Let's go. But, trying to think. But yeah, no, like, this is one of the big reasons, by the way, right, chat, where it's like, you need to have good moderators who will be the bad guy. Because the thing is that being the bad guy as a streamer doesn't bode well a lot of the times, right? So you gotta have the community member, or not community members, you gotta have the moderators who will literally put their foot down and be the bad guy when times are tough, you know? Except I unfollowed then refollowed the first New Year's. Yes, you did, Obedient. Wondering, you have been following for 1 year, 1 year, 8 months, 14 days, 22 minutes, and 58 seconds for a total of 619 days. Let's go. Actually, did you know that the barrel is actually full of alcohol? They are dogs that find stranded people in the mountains, and the alcohol is to help the people back on their feet and give them a burst of heat. That I did not know, actually. That's interesting. It would make sense, but that I did not know. None. I can be a villain, just need to be there when I need to be there. 619 days. Now that's a cool wrestling reference. That's a reference. Been here collecting my gold hoard. Okay, what else is a dumb thing? Well, obviously, like, if you guys have been here long enough, you guys know the story of how someone literally asked me to go to their sister's wedding. A community member that I have not spoken to like really one-on-one, literally asking me to go to a wedding that is across the world for their sister's wedding. I don't know who their sister is. I don't know who they really are. I'm not familiar. Yeah, okay, let's talk about this because the newcomers don't know about this. This happened like a few months ago. No, it wasn't in Saudi. I'm fairly certain it was in like India or like Pakistan. I'm not even joking. Like, no, it wasn't in Saudi. Listen, if it was in Saudi, that's a different story if it was in Saudi. That's a very different story if that's in Saudi. That's a very significantly different story. I could not go by myself if it was in Saudi. I can't go and travel to Saudi as a woman by myself anyways, period. Actually, they might have changed that recently. They've been changing a lot of different rules in Saudi lately. But like, until the day I can like claim my Saudi citizenship, so then I could buy a house in Saudi. No, fucking hell, I ain't looking that way. Also, obviously, when the Saudi government decides to stop being actually like hot garbage, thumbs up. But no, a community member who has been continuously, repeatedly asking me to go to play COD with them for like actual straight up years, right? They DM me asking, hey, I want to go, like, I want to, or like, sorry, they DM me, they're like, hey, I wanted to invite you to my sister's wedding. All you would need to do is go and buy a plane ticket. I'm like, I don't know you. You're a man. Also, you're a Muslim man, specifically too, so you would know that this is not appropriate to begin with. And I'm just like, what? Right? So I'm confused. I'm like, are you joking? He's like, no, I'm not joking. Like, all you would need to do is buy a plane ticket. I'm like, what makes you think that this is what makes you think that, especially when we've never really spoken properly, right? Like, we've said small greetings, like, you've messaged me here and there, but like, we haven't really spoken. We're not close enough in any capacity to even consider us as friends, let alone that I would go to your sister's wedding by myself. Right? And then I'm like, where would I stay? He's like, oh, I have like a not a second house, but like a guest house within the like their property that you could stay in. I'm like, what? They're like, oh, I don't expect you to come actually, but like it's respect, like for me it's respectful to like to invite you. But I'm like, dude, no, that's so, like, I'm telling you, this is so unbelievably parasocial to high hell. No, that's so unbelievably like that's not normal, especially not in like westernized culture. That's definitely not normal. Like, sending it to like a pseudo celebrity is like one thing. Asking me directly, especially the circumstances that we're in, is not great. It's not comfortable, and also like it's like if they listen, if I said, hey, that makes me super uncomfortable, and that's not normal, that's not like a thing that we do here, so this like really is like really off-putting because it's very parasocial. I've said this before. If they had said at the afterwards, hey, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for it to be like seem like parasocial or for it to seem like a serious thing, it's like common courtesy in my culture that we do this to like celebrities, and like I wanted to just invite you, but obviously I know that you wouldn't come. Like, if they said something like this, I would have been like, okay. If they said something like this, I would have been like, okay, you know, like, that's like, if they apologized and they're like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it like that, just forget I said anything, I would have forgiven and forgotten. Whatever. No. What? And so, they doubled down on it. They're like, why is it a weird thing? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what do you mean, why is it a weird thing? And so, it got to the point where, like, had to block him. He could literally be on the YouTube side of stream right now, but I would not know. I would literally not know. They've been removed from the Discord and everything. It was like a crazy conversation. So that's why we haven't seen him in a while. Okay, got it. Weird and cringe of him. If you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. Waiting for Oka to come to my wedding in Canada in the year 2038. Listen, if you get married, Wandering. I literally looked below and I saw Wandering's name. Obedient, if you get married in the year 2038 and you send me an invite, I will come. I will be like, yeah, hi, I'm the person that you unfollowed and refollowed on New Year's Eve. Or on New Year's Day. Congratulations for yours, boss. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Frosty. Thank you, by the way. I hope all is well. Of course, but motorcycle season, so deal with it. Yeah. Sorry, Chad. I'm trying not to like sneeze my entire guts out, apparently. I'm so confused why it's now like I'm just so confused with this aspect of like, am I going through an allergic reaction? Is like there's so much dust in my room or something like that? What's happened? What if I'm getting married on Australia? She hates me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Listen, Mika, if you get married in Australia, I will timidly go to Australia specifically for your wedding and then immediately fly out. Nod. Or if somehow, by some will of God, I will literally pay for you to have a destination wedding. So I don't have to step foot in Australia, please. Vtuber sneezes and owlbear is. Vtuber sneezes and owlbear. Ahoot! 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 Can't be an invite in winter or Oka would perish. Listen. I will also invite you to my wedding in Canada if I somehow get married. I believe. Listen. If we're close enough that I've had like multiple conversations with you guys and you are being serious about an actual wedding invite and it's in a position in which I don't feel uncomfortable about it, right? And we've had conversations, like late night conversations and blah, 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 that kind of stuff. And we've known each other for years. If you invite me to your wedding, of course I'm going to consider it. Also, if it's your wedding, by the way, that's a different story compared to a family member's wedding. Keep this in mind. If I know you and this is your wedding, of course of course I'll consider going, right? And I say consider, by the way, because obviously financial aspects and like plans and everything else, of course there's going to be bigger things that have to be considered. But if it's your wedding and I know you and I've been friends with you, of course I'll consider going. And if I am unable to physically go, guess what? I'll rent out one of those roaming monitors and I'll have my VTuber model there and I'm gonna be there as a VTuber. I'll have Oka Bean be there in like a cute little dress and be like Oka Bean maid. If she's made you watch Kamen Rider for 7 hours, she might come to your wedding. That's crazy. Get married in the airstrip is crazy. Listen, get married skydiving. Ever thought about that, chat? But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if I'm having an allergic reaction or if my body is attempting to act like I have an allergic reaction. Because why am I not like breathing right now? My nose is a little stuffed, but it's not badly stuffed. Right? I can still breathe through it. I can still breathe through my mouth. So why am I having a difficulty breathing? Why is my body not wanting to breathe right now? What is happening? I promise I'm fine, by the way. It's like my body has forgotten how to like breathe like manually. Or automatically, sorry. Are you allergic to dust, Oka? I am allergic to dust. Dust. If I was allergic to dusk, actually, my brother, like, that would be funny. Does it count if she influenced and pushed you to play DR1? Yes, because you're still going through DR2 as well. If I ever get married, unlikely, I'll fund everyone's trip here. Listen. Oh, then if you do that, that'd be crazy. OMG, Oka get officiant cert and then VTuber wedding maker. That'd be fun. If I got married, I'd do whatever she wants. Then I'd want a joke one where everyone dresses up stupid. Shrek would wed me. That'd be funny. That'd be very, very funny. Chat, I have a question for you. If I get married, what would you do to me? Or not to me, for me. That's the right call. Will you come to my wedding? Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Mm. Only if invited, else that's stalking. Would I get an invite? If I were to say everyone is invited to my wedding. If I were to say everyone is invited to my wedding, then what would you do? To you, head pat, high five. I don't know. My Canadian blood would get a heat stroke. Listen, I'm not going to have a like a California wedding in the heat of summer. That'd be atrocious right now, especially right now. I'd bring a heck ton of Aussie treats. Ooh. Would they be halal? Please? Oh, oop. Powdered sugar falling. Do not fall on my desk. Thank you. What the heck? Nuclear? That's crazy. I'd only go if you finally feed me restaurant food in Cali. Of course I would. I would do the research into having halal treats. Okay, here is your like little tidbit regarding halal treats and halal like snacks. If it has gelatin in it, if it's marshmallow, because you know marshmallow is based on gelatin. Anything with gelatin, if it's not confirmed to be plant-based gelatin, I can't eat it. So that could be gummies, that could literally be like a Rice Krispie treat, or that could be like s'mores even, just simply like any kind of marshmallow treat is a no. Any treat that has lard in it, there is a lot of snacks, by the way, sweets and everything that has lard in it. Lard is pig. Can't have that. Anything that has pig in it. So it's like if you're trying to get me like, I don't know, fried pig skin or something. I don't know what pig like treats there are. Right? Candied bacon, I guess. Right? No, none of that. Nothing with nothing with gelatin that isn't plant-based. Nothing with pig, period. Nothing that has meat, period, because chances 99% of the time they are not going to be halal if it has meat, right? Chances are it wouldn't be unless you go to like an Arab market or something like that to get it, right? What other thing? Vanilla extract could have alcohol in it. So anything with alcohol is a no. Even if you think that like, oh, but it's burnt out. You cannot 100% burn out alcohol. Even the smallest amount of alcohol can be detrimental to your brain. It has literally been in studies and etc. No alcohol. So vanilla extract, there's an argument regarding vanilla extract that there is alcohol in vanilla extract, or it is made with alcohol. And so that would be its own kind of slight dilemma, right? So that's his own thing, right? So yeah. So anything with alcohol, anything with pork, anything specifically with gelatin, because that's pork. Anything that has like gelatin that isn't plant-based technically, right? Anything that isn't like just straight up meat, or sorry, anything that is meat in general, usually no. Seafood is fine unless there's alcohol in it. So like fish could be fine, except fish and like Australian fish and chips will have beer batter usually with it, for example. So no, cannot be that way. Etc. 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 You know. So, I hear the garage closed right now. I don't know who just showed up. Someone showed up. Anyways, yeah, that's a silly thing. I'll bring you some Canadian candy that you can eat and maybe like mukluks. What's mukluk? What's mukluks? Anyways, my lovelies, as a reminder, by the way, for those of you guys who are just coming in now or who were here for a bit and didn't hear my first announcement, hi, we are currently having an original Sunchi badge on Twitch. So you guys might see some people holding them or having them. You do need a sub, like you do need to give 5 gifted subs in order to get this, but it will be available today, tomorrow, and Friday. If you gift 5 gifted subs, then you will get this badge. It is permanent. It is a customizable badge, so you will be able to use it in my streams, I believe. And you will have it permanently. It is not like it is not just a moment of like, you know, minor, it's not like you just only have it for a little bit, you know? No. But yes, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for spending time with me. I'm trying to think of what else to yap about, but everything's like calming down. So let's think. I must go to sleep now. I have become EP, destroyer of rest, destroyer of the Eep. Have a good night, Med. Good night. Like Native American hide boots, obviously you can get non-animal versions. I think like okay, to round off the conversation, right? 4 years with you guys have been nice. Genuinely. I'm very happy to have had so many wonderful moments with you guys, to be able to spend so much good times with you guys. It makes me so happy, and I'm very thankful to have this moment. I know that today has not been, like, today's just been a yapping day. We have not had, like, anything big or anything major, and genuinely speaking, like, I didn't do anything big for this celebration, and I should have. I really should have. There's been a lot of things happening, and I've been wanting and patient, like I have been wanting to get certain things done, but things have just not been going my way, unfortunately. But I am hoping that within the next couple of months things will be a lot easier, and I can show you guys a lot more of the things I've been working on in the background that is just taking a lot of time right now. So yes, I do appreciate you guys immensely, genuinely, for being here for 4 years, and I'm hoping for more years to come. I know that some of you guys may be exhausted from me playing Final Fantasy XIV, and that feels like that's all I've been playing. Don't worry, we are gonna try and get myself back into a normal schedule where I can actually play a game that isn't Final Fantasy XIV as well, so another story game of some kind. So I'm hoping that that will be the case. I'm hoping that we will be able to spend a little bit of time doing so. We're not sure. We'll see what happens, you know? I am looking right now. I am looking right now for friends. Okay, I got like 3 people we get right into. I remember Oka being in school. I remember when I was in school. That was so long ago. You know? That's crazy. It's crazy to think that that was so long ago. You know? Next TFT tournament, where are you? Dude, I don't think I'm gonna join back on the TFT tournaments anyways. Because I'm plat, I'm gonna be out of the casual league. I'll be in like the beginner league, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I'm not in the beginner league, I'll be in the casual league. Right? And I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could like be in the position where I would be able to climb myself out of that, unless I had the free time to learn and go through it. That would be the only thing. ABG returns to Valo. Nah. Well, I mean, I'm always enjoying Valorant. Don't get me wrong. I will always enjoy Valorant, right? So of course we're gonna have those kind of moments. Of course, that to me, that is a non-issue. Like, of course, I will always want to spend time and play Valorant. But that's not going to be what I'm going to do for the... That's not going to be what I'm going to do for, like, the streams. Trust me. I'll play Valorant off stream because I know you guys also don't like me playing Valorant. We will see what will happen. Have you been helping Neo since we last played? Wondering, I'm going to put my hands on your shoulders when I tell you this. Neo's been in the hospital or been bedridden because of a car accident that happened last week. He isn't allowed to be on his PC for longer than a few minutes, remember? ABG trains a Valorant noob. I mean, honest to God, I would. Oka can't be finding her Valo husband on stream. I could not. No, chat, listen. I cannot be finding another Valo, like, spouse. Because, like, dude, it would be so bad. I told you, it'll be the exact same problems that happen. They have no respect for the stream. They think that it's, like, so cool to be with a streamer girl. And then it's gonna just be this whole weird stuff where they don't understand either stream etiquette or they're just gonna be weird. They're just gonna be weird. Hi, Kobe! Thank you for the headband, and thank you so much for the daily coin. So, no, there's no way. If, like, Valorant competition eSpouts games, no. Also, Log would win. As she said. But, no, that is genuinely just, like, there's so much to go about that. You know what I mean? There's so much to go. Or they will call you mommy. I will never understand that weird shtick. Some people are into it. So the same way, like, some people are into daddy, you know, like, or any of that kind of thing. It's a preference at that point. It's a power play situation, right? It's a dominant / power play situation. But the thing is that to me, I don't like that when there is an actual age gap, like a severe age gap. That is more concerning than not. If you're, like, in your 30s and 40s saying that and, like, the age gap is going up, sure, fine, whatever, right? If you're, like, in your early 20s and you're saying that to, like, someone who's, like, 30 or 40, holy shit, chill the fuck out, actually. Like, you know, find you looking for daddies to model, so you can at least put your model in old games. Wait, that's so cute, though. That would be so cute. Listen, can you imagine if Okabean was running around, like, in a random game? Listen, what if I could get Okabean to run around in Minecraft? Joke's on them. I'm into neither of those. That's so funny. What's a proper age gap in your mind? When you're both severely adults, right? No one cares if you are a 30-year-old with a 50-year-old, a 40-year-old, a 60-year-old. Nobody's gonna care, right? Because at that point, you're fully developed, your brain's developed, you're an adult in your own choices. Does that make it good? No. I mean, if you're a 30-year-old dating like a 80-year-old, like, okay, pop off, I guess. But the thing is that when you're in your 20s, when you're any age before 25 and you are having a severe age gap, that becomes a problem. It's less about the gap in age. It's more about who is the youngest and where is the point in which, like, what's the point in which, like, that's the age gap, right? If you are 21 and you have a 24-year-old, like, spouse, go for it, whatever. If let's start going lower. You're a 23-year-old with a 21-year-old with a 24-year-old spouse. Yeah, so if you're a 23-year-old with a 20-year-old spouse, okay. You're a 19-year-old with a 22-year-old spouse. You're an 18-year-old with a 21-year-old spouse. You know, like it's no. Like that, those become, like, the biggest problems, obviously, right? But let's say, let's put an even bigger way of, like, thinking about it. You're an 18-year-old with a 28-year-old. Absolutely not. No way in hell. Ain't no way. Get away from me, right? Get away. Ew. If you're a 28-year-old with a 38-year-old, doesn't look great. It doesn't look great, but you're both adults. It's a whatever. It's like, genuinely, there can be a large age gap by that point, and it's not gonna matter. But it is when you, like, get to that point. You know what I mean? Nixie, hi. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. OG6C, look at all those stars. I hope you're doing well, Nixie. Thank you so much for being here. For those guys who don't know who I am, hello everybody. My name is LadyOka. I'm your comfy, cozy, upbeat tuber. I'm just here to have fun, bring a warm and welcoming community and make it a little bit easier on your guys' days where I'm able to. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. How's your stream, darling? I hope you guys were doing well. Look at Senchu being so happy. Look at him. Look at him. We're so happy to have Nixie here. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Happy 4 years. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've been literally yapping about anything and everything. So we've been yapping about different relationships, stories from VTubers past, and a bunch of other things. If you have a random story or a question, please feel free to ask. But also, hi Max. Thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Eid Mubarak and happy 4 years. Thank you. Eid Mubarak. Happy 4 years, my lovelies. There's like 4 things that are happening today, by the way. It's Eid al-Adha. It is my 4-year anniversary. It's my dad's birthday. And it's National Otter Day. Damn. A lot of crazy things today. Wild. But yeah. Hey, oh my god, I love yapping. We've just been yapping. Also, Hoya Nightshade, thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you. We were just talking about what is quote unquote acceptable proper age gaps, right? And the thing is, it's less about an age gap. It's more about the aspect of who is the youngest partner and when were you together with the oldest partner and like where's the age gap from there. And I was bringing up the argument that's like, oh, if you're an 18-year-old dating a 28-year-old, that's absolutely no, ill, gross, no, you're a predator, like the 28-year-old, right? If you are a 38-year-old dating a 48-year-old, that's like, even though it's 10-year age gap, right, between both of them, both of those different couples, nobody's gonna blink an eye at the older couple because of the fact that they have learned and grown from that point. You know what I mean? Also, by the way, sorry, I'm so sorry. Just yapping a little bit off the top of my head. Nixie, how was your stream? What were you guys doing, by the way? If any of you guys, by the way, need to go get some sleep, food, water, anything like that, then please prioritize yourself first and foremost. We love you. We appreciate you. We want you to take care of yourself. So treat yourself well. Treat yourself right. Do what you gotta do. Also, hi, Zach. I hope you're doing well. I know you used to say hi earlier. I'm so sorry. I didn't get to see that. Bishop of Cheddar, by the way. Love that name. That's such a cool name. Thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate it. Welcome. Hello, I have no idea how long ago this was, but wanted to stop by to thank Eldon for the gift sub. I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you, sheep. Take it easy. I am in utter disbelief. Yes, it's apparently National Otter Day, or maybe it was National Otter Day for you guys yesterday. It is 9 p.m. right now for me, so that means it is 99% of the time, or sorry, for 90% of the world, it is already the next day, May 28th. So it might already have gone. Have you said Happy National Otter Day to your local otters? I think not. Have we mentioned the divided by 2 plus 7 rule? We have not mentioned that, but that is very true. That is like the general like ruling for when you are young. So if you're in like the teens, you're not in your 20s, anything or around that area, that ruling is, that usually is like the best way of going about it. I'm talking specifically about like their age gaps in general is like, it's a weird conversation, you know. That frontal lobe is developed, exactly. I do need to eat and be horizontal, but love you bunches. Thank you, thank you. Guys, what were you guys doing? What was Nixie doing, by the way? I love hearing more about Nixie's. Oh, by the way, hold on, pause. Oh my god, I got that in time. There was an ad break about to start in like 5 seconds, so I just grabbed it. I snoozed it for you guys, so you guys don't have to worry about the ad break for another 5 minutes. Hello. Early 20s and late 20s. Early 20s and late 20s is entirely very dependent, right? Right? Because like for me, early 20s, it's like 20 to 21 to 22 versus being with a partner who's 28, 29, 30, I would say is creepy. Well, no, hold on. Let me think about this. I wouldn't say it's creepy. No, I would still say it's creepy. My personal thing with that regards, right, is that it depends on how much of the power dynamic it is. But anything below 25, yes, exactly. If anything below 25, being with a much older, like, person, it doesn't even have to be boy or girl, right? Anyone much older than them, right? If it's more than like 3 to 5 years, it's too much. It's too much. The reason why I say this is because early 20s to late 20s does become that situation where usually the reason why that ends up happening is because there's a position of power with the person who's in their late 20s, whether it be their boss in an office work situation or someone that they have met through like connections through either work or their hobbies or anything like that. And usually it does end up being a little bit of a power dynamic. Of course, this is not always the case. However, it does become that big question of like, hey, you're in your late 20s, almost 30s. Why are you together with somebody who may or may not be 10 years younger than you? And that's also dependent, again, it depends on how much of an age gap it is. Early 20s and late 20s could be the difference between you're 21 and you're 26, or it's like, oh, maybe you're 26 and like 29, and that's like fine-ish, right? But then there's also, it could be 21 and 29, and then that's like a, ooh, wait a second, pause, you know what I mean? Also, hi, Matt. Matt, you like my Senchu badge? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, dang, all my local otters are going to be furious with me right before the 14 event. That's true. Also, there's a Final Fantasy 14 event where you can get a bunch of otter stuff. I don't get ads. I was like, you don't get ads? I was gonna say, do you have Turbo? I don't see the badge for Turbo, so that's crazy. Playing Resident Evil 8 and spending half of the stream yapping. You know what? That's so valid. That's why we love Nixie in this household. We're yappers united. She was doing the Resident Evil 8 Rose DLC. I don't know anything about Resident Evil, by the way. I think I said this the last time I raided into her, actually. So if you guys remember me from when I raided into her and I was like, I have zero clue about Resident Evil. But I talk about Final Fantasy the same way that Nixie talks about Resident Evil. Or I talk about Ace Attorney the same way Nixie talks about Resident Evil. Like, yeah. I like, it do be that way. It do be that way so much. Lowest bracket is 25 right now. The brain is developed then. Yes. I haven't got an ad ever, but I don't have an ad blocker. It could be like your location, potentially. Could be your location, or it could also be your, just like browser stuff, you know? That is a possibility. But we support the ad breaks in this household. You know why? Because even if I'm just yapping and that's all you're missing, that is something that it helps me. So every single person who watches the ad, it does help me. And I know that it's 3 minutes, but usually I will not proceed through with story. So then you guys won't miss out. You'll only miss out on yapping, you know? Guys, I have learned something vitally important. Would you like to know this insane news? 10 years ago today, which I think might be tomorrow for you guys, or sorry, might be today for you guys. It'll be tomorrow in 3 hours, like, you know, in 3 hours for me. But today, 10 years ago, Harambe was killed. It's been 10 years since the whole Harambe incident is wild to me. 10 years? Guys, we're old. Guys, we're old. We're losing it. We're losing our sanity. Please. Stairs. Listen, I just scrolled down and I saw that. Well, the day the timeline was thrown out of whack. The day the butterfly effect kicked in. Oh, we are all old. No, literally. By the way, we are getting ad break in about 15 seconds. If you probably are no longer hearing this, you probably got hit with the ad break. But I want to let you guys know that we will be here. We're just going to be yapping a little bit. We'll probably be talking about some interesting things regarding, what's it called? Age now. And by age, I mean, like, how old we are. So, here's a way to think about this, okay? You know what? Someone said? I don't remember how long ago this was. I don't remember if it was this year or like last year or something. Someone mentioned that, actually, no, let's do a little bit of calculations. Hold on, calculator. It is 2026 right now. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm crying right now. No. Hello. Senchu is happy now. Okay, so 10 years and I still have no idea what happened. My rock is strong and I am very under it. That the kid that fell in the enclosure is in high school. The kid who fell into Harambe's pen must be sweating. Actually, I wonder if they get bullied for that, actually. Genuinely, I wonder if they get like pointed out, oh my god, that's the guy who essentially inevitably killed Harambe. Because that would be horrible. Genuinely, imagine being a kid and literally everyone points to you for a situation that you had no control over as a child, and like, you know, everyone's like, yeah, no, you killed this creature that everyone grew to love and blah blah blah, and it's like, that's wild. Also, yeah, I was gonna say that high school? Are they in high school? Okay, 16 to 22 is a vastly different, like, different age group. Okay, chat. Who knows the show Full House? Who knows the show Full House? Curious how many people watched that show when they were younger. And by younger, I mean I was younger when I watched that show. 80s to 90s show. Very nice family sitcom. I liked it. I still have very fond memories of Full House. It taught me a lot, especially during that kind of show and that kind of time era. Even though technically speaking, I was watching reruns of the show because the show came out before I was even born. Heard of the name, never watched it. Wandering, I will drag you to watch the first episode. I'm not even joking. I will drag you to watch the first episode like right after stream if I had the opportunity to. I'm being so for real. Ancient Full House or Fuller House? Ancient Full House. The 80s to 90s show. I just put Full House on my to watch list after being bullied. Nuclea, I will also drag you to watch Full House. I will also drag you to watch Full House with me. I guess what I'm doing tomorrow after train. I'm dragging Nuclea and wandering to watch Full House. You unlocked core memories of watching it with my sister. Dude, I loved Full House. Listen, you tell me a date and we can watch that and finally continue the League animation show that we completely forgot to continue. Dude, Arcane is gonna be so long. Also, to be fair, I did just get access again to my Netflix, so we could do that. We definitely could do that. It's like, what's it called? I literally could not watch any form of Netflix because it was, for some reason, it's like, hey, you're not on the same Wi-Fi. Get on the same Wi-Fi to be on the same thing. And I'm like, we just moved. We have a new Wi-Fi. I'm on the same Wi-Fi. I haven't like done anything. But yes. How about tomorrow after train? So tomorrow morning, smiles, pokes fingers, wandering. Pokes fingers, pokes fingers. Anyways, okay. So, it was good knowing you, chat. Tomorrow morning, I disappear. Sounds like it. Yes. Listen. All I need to show you is like the first like 2 episodes, right? But also, you gotta remember, it's like an 80s, 90s show in America. So like, there are things that definitely would never pass ever in this like day and age. But it's a good show, in my opinion. Okay, so tomorrow I got an exam at night, so I can't Saturday for community night. Somehow, maybe, yeah, I'm so down. I'm so down for community night. We can watch it on community night. So, Nuclea, you live for another day. Nuclea, you live for another day. Okay, so the reason I brought it up is because, oh yeah, okay, now I remember why. The reason I brought it up is because one of the characters, Uncle Jesse, right? He was 23 during that show, right? And so someone was saying on TikTok recently, they're like, dude, if this show came out in like today, Uncle Jesse, who is like this badass rock and roll, like, you know, uncle, like, etc., right? He would have been born in 2003. And then my brain just like fried because I went, my brother is born in 2003. I don't like that idea that if my brother, like, if Full House was like airing now, same ages and everything, then my brother would be Uncle Jesse's age. No! Also, I would be, I'm just barely younger than Danny and Joey. That's wild, because Danny and Joey were like 29. I'm almost gonna be 28. That's wild! Like, to me, that's crazy, right? And like, by the way, just the aspect of Full House as a, even remotely in this day and age would be insane. You know why? And that's why Fuller House, by the way, doesn't work. That's why the sequel series does not work in any capacity. But the reason why is because it's like the actual financial difference between how it was living in the 80s to 90s compared to what it would be like to live now is exorbitantly like wild and different, right? Like the San Francisco house that they use in that show is worth $6 million right now. There's like, no, like that literally that's not feasible to do. That is genuinely not possible to do, right? Like you can't be like, oh yeah, I'm just like a I'm just like a we're just like a suburban, just like upper middle class family with a $6 million house, a TV show, like being a co-host to a national TV show, essentially a celebrity, and literally taking care of like what essentially is 6-7 people in a household with only your income, and owning the house and having a car and not ever struggling. Like, no, there's no way. Like, literally the way, like, I look at, dude, sometimes I really just wonder, and I look at Danny's life in the 80s and I go, damn, what happened? What happened? So, smiles. We're closer to 30 than 20, Oka. Yeah. It is. No, I don't like it in any capacity. We suffer. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, anyways, that like we will see what happens with that. But yeah, the age in general is just like such a like, dude, time is soup. Time is soup. It's so fluid. It could be anything and everywhere, and like it's crazy. It's wild, genuinely, that like you can literally just be like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm like, you know, I'm 18 right now, and then like it feels like a blink of a moment happens and now you're like 28. All the sitcoms of people in their 20s owning apartments in Manhattan. Yeah, no, literally. Hold on. Let me talk about the thing that pissed me off so much. Glee. Let me emphasize, me who watched iCarly and still wondering how they pay rent. Wasn't it that their dad was funding their apartment? Wasn't it that their dad, because their dad is like a big chief in military or something, or like the Marines or something like that. So like, wasn't it that their dad was just paying for everything, which allowed them to be able to do that, because Spencer's art was not paying the bills for sure. Also, Night, happy 4-year anniversary. Thank you, Night. Thank you. I can't remember, not gonna lie, that's probably the reason. That genuinely is probably the reason. The thing that wouldn't make sense for iCarly is how on earth would Spencer have been able to even afford the new revamp for Carly's room? I remember this specifically because I thought Carly's room looked incredible. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there was one episode where Carly's room caught on fire, so she lost everything. She lost every single thing, and she was depressed for like ages. And then within like the span of a weekend or something like that, or not even a weekend. Yeah, essentially, in the span of a weekend, Spencer and I don't know what team he got literally made a very gorgeously designed, like, you know, teenage room. And it's like, it is unbelievably, like, it doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense. And it's like, with what money? With what money? Like, hello? But I guess in some ways, Spencer probably also has Carly as a dependent, right? And Spencer might have unemployment money, so like, I wonder if that helps. But you're also in the heart of like Seattle, isn't it? Weren't they in like Seattle? Like that doesn't make sense. Shrug. We keep cutting taxes on the rich is what happened for decades. It is. Yes, I remember that episode. I think it was with Freddie and Sam. I don't know. Yeah, it might be, but I thought that Freddie and Sam were just keeping Carly out of like being in the house during that time period. I don't remember. But anyways, okay, you know what the thing that pissed me off growing up? Glee. To be fair, Glee has plenty of problems. Listen, I love Glee. I'm a theater kid at heart. I love Glee. I love the music. I will never understand for the life of me the way that they talked about New York. They idolize the hell out of New York, actually. But more specifically, there's a part where the high school students finally graduate. They go to college in New York, but they're broke as hell, and they're barely like able to pay for anything, right? But somehow they're like, oh yeah, this like concrete, like no bedroom, like one room studio, right? That is relatively huge with like a barn style door entrance and everything, is like being dirt broke and poor. Right? They're trying to emphasize that, like, as if like that's the case, because like, oh, like, you know, the two girls have to get waitress jobs. Kurt has to go and like he ends up getting like a fashion internship, which, by the way, if it's an internship, doesn't pay anything. They're going to school at the same time, and I'm just like, brother, what do you mean that this very large studio is for people who have no money, and it's like, it's horrible, and like they're miserable until they make it their own, and then they, you know, find love in it and find love in New York? And I'm like, brother, what are you talking about? That kind of studio apartment is literally so expensive. Hold on, hold on, if I type in New York one studio, like what, like a one studio bedroom, right? If I were to like look up how much that costs, right? Property, yeah, that's more or less probably like still like close to like 5 plus 6 plus grand. Like what? It's like 5 grand or something like that. I'm like, huh? That's crazy. So, I don't know. Imagine trying to afford a studio in Seattle with less than 3 incomes. Imagine trying to do that in Seattle. Try doing that in New York City, in the heart of New York City. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. By the way, also, hold on, iCarly. Going back to iCarly for a second. In Seattle, they live in a place that has an elevator inside their house. Or inside their room. They live in a 2-story apartment where the elevator runs in through the place. Huh? Yeah, I do kind of get why they do that in some sense, since they can't really shoot in a tiny shoebox apartment, but it does really strain suspense of disbelief. Yeah, like, I'm just like, huh? You know, and it, like, the aspect of, like, the ways that TV shows make... It's not even about the, like, how long ago it was, right? Like, you can argue theoretically, like, some of it just doesn't make sense for the time, or some of it does make sense for the time, right? Like, is there a key for the elevator? Can anyone get... That's what I'm wondering. Is it a private elevator? Is it the elevator that goes from the lobby? Like, what is it, right? And I think it is. Yeah. Like, you could just go through it. That's wild. That's so unbelievably unsafe, especially when there's a teenage girl there. That's crazy. That's crazy. But, okay. Right. So, to me, like, some things feel a little believable. If you look at Full House, right, it kind of makes sense a little bit that, you know, Danny would be able to afford this because in the 80s he's a national TV co-host, right? He's also gotten life insurance because of his wife dying. He also has 3 dependents, and if he puts Joey and Jesse on his dependencies as well, because they all live together and they don't really have an income, like Danny has like 5 dependents on him, right? Plus the life insurance, plus his job actually making him like realistically $100,000 to $150,000 a year, right? It kind of makes sense that you could afford that big house in San Francisco, probably with the insurance from the wife, right, and etc. Like, it makes sense. Although I will say it kind of makes even less sense that Danny and Pam, which was the wife, right? Danny and Pam got married and had their very first kid when Danny was 19. And then they had 3 kids in the span of 10 years, which is where the show starts, when Danny is 29 and then DJ, who's the oldest, is 10. Hello? They got married when they're like 18? Is wild. Can the ostrich let themselves in? Can the ostrich just show up with a smoothie and say it's a smoothie? Just saying. Just saying. But yeah, it's very interesting to see like really silly conversations regarding like shows and continuity regarding like, does that even make sense? Does that even make sense? What's another show? There's like another show in which is like it didn't logically make sense that they were able to do all this or all that or afford all this or all that, and they stretch the reality of like the situation. I don't know. There's a lot of shows that could like fit that bill. I just don't remember. See, like, I'm thinking, like, other shows that have, like, an insanely, like, gorgeous, like, set of some kind, but it doesn't make sense. And I'm, like, thinking, like, Hannah Montana. And I'm like, no, Hannah Montana makes sense because they've established that Billy Ray Cyrus is in that universe also still very, very big. And so, like, when Miley becomes Hannah, then, like, it made sense that it's been happening for, like, what, 2-3 years by that point, I think? It's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. That, like, it does kind of make sense that, like, she would have, like, they would own this Malibu mansion and she would have this insane room. Okay, that makes sense. What other things? Sam and Cat? Sam and Cat. But I'm gonna be real with you. I never watched a lot of Sam and Cat. I just know that actually I have one, but Sam and Cat, I'm gonna be real with you, the suspense and disbelief is that probably what ended up happening is like they're abusing like Cat's grandmother for like, you know, home food, like to be there, and or Sam just threatens their way into getting a home, or I owe somebody kind of thing, you know, shrug. Y'all are bringing back so many memories. No. You know what? Hold on. This is a very old show. Well, not very old show, but like this, I would count this as an old show because this is my childhood show. You know what never made sense to me? And you know what, like, changed my perspective of like high school and what I thought was high school or like college? Zoe 101. Zoe 101 with PCA, that like entire like boarding school high school, where it was like that, dude, that changed my perspective of, I thought that's how, like, I thought that was specifically like how high school was, where it's like, oh, everyone, like, you know, you can like it, like if you go to like a boarding high school, you can like, you have dorms and like you have all of these, like, you could do whatever you want, you can literally ride motorcycles through and back. That's college, quite frankly. But like the way that they frame that to be like a high school thing is wild. And then also the campus is gorgeous. The entirety of the place is relatively good, right? Like it's not a bad campus in any way. They have amenities, a severe amount of amenities. And you're telling me this is a high school? You're telling me this is a high school? Drake and Josh, okay, but Drake and Josh is more believable, right? Like Drake and Josh's parents have relatively decent jobs, right? And so then, and living in like that kind of house, especially in the year that it was, it makes it more believable. The aspect of Zoe 101 that did not make sense to me is how on earth could any of these all of the high schools, it's not even just the main cast, how could all of these high schoolers afford to even be able to afford tuition in this school? That doesn't make sense. Also, hi, Doctor. I hope you're doing well. Welcome from the YouTube side of things. Hello. But like, you know what I mean? Where it's like, how do you afford tuition in a school like Zoe 101? Right? And there were some kids who definitely did not come from like more privileged backgrounds. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, hello. And also, by the way, the fact that like it wasn't just a high school, like it wasn't just high school. They also had like, I think, a middle school division or something like that. I think, right? Because Zoe's brother Dustin, I don't remember if he comes into the show as a middle schooler or as a high schooler. I don't remember. But like, huh? You know what I mean? I have no idea. Also, oh well, Ariana Grande's character living in a house. No idea with her parents, but has a nana that's in the old people's home. Yeah, I kind of feel like Kat probably like unintentionally or not, literally got a home because of like her own family situation. Shrug. By the way, slightly off topic, I love the theory of with Drake and Josh regarding like, oh, crazy Steve, who is played by the same actor who plays Spencer, right? In iCarly, crazy Steve kidnaps Megan, aka Carly in iCarly. Crazy Steve kidnaps Megan in Drake and Josh, moves to Seattle, and changes their names from Steve and Megan to Spencer and like Carly, and like it's this whole situation, like this random theory. I love that theory. It's so funny, especially when I believe his name is Jerry Trainer, the actor who plays Steve. Like he never denies it. He never denies it. It's so funny. I remember when Drake had a cameo in iCarly. The bloopers were fun. I will always applaud, by the way. Can I just emphasize so severely? I will always applaud the aspect and idea of the actors, especially during the early days of Nickelodeon, the older actors who protected the younger actors. Can I just emphasize that? Especially with all the shit that happened in Nickelodeon during that time. The older actors like Jerry Trainer, who literally would come to set even when they were not called for set, every single time to ensure that to protect the kids as best as they could. Jerry Trainer, bro, is a fucking legend. Really, really and truly. Like, actually, so much. And there's so many different actors specifically who also did this too. So like, props to them, you know? My gosh, you made me remember that theory. I forgot people made that theory. I remember when Drake made a cameo. Yeah, the kiss is like, in a while. But yeah, listen, I like genuinely Jeanette McCurdy. A lot of the people in iCarly, by the way, like the whole foot fetish craze is like insane. Drake Bell specifically, right? Like him going through what he did. God, when the documentary came out about him was like, I was heartbroken. Like genuinely, that like to imagine that and then thinking of Drake and Josh, right? And like the series, it taints the entire show. It taints the entirety of Nickelodeon in general, and like those memories that you make, because it's like you hear about all the stuff that happened during those times. Zoe 101. Again, like there a lot of things. What happened to Drake again? He was heavily essayed the entire time during Drake and Josh and other shows. Before, I think during the Amanda show as well, but I can't remember if it started before or after. But yeah, it was remember the whole script Drake said Josh wrote? I don't remember the exact script, but I know that their relationship never was good during that show because Josh thought that Drake was being favorited, but Drake was being, you know, bad things, right? So I know that it took, I think, a long time before their relationship ever like got repaired, but I mean it was by the time that they were adults when things came up to be. But shrug, you know, like it's horrible. It's horrible. Drake's story was so sad, and like by the way, can I just say something real quick? This might be controversial. This might be severely controversial. I will say, if you see what happened to the kids that were put into acting, right? And these bad situations happened, right? And you turn around in modern day and you go film your kids or other people's kids, and you film like their day-to-day, you film what school they go to, you film like from literally that, like their full name and everything, and very especially if you film your young kids in like potentially compromising positions or like things that an adult would think, or like a sick adult would think like bad thoughts on, you're no better. You are literally no better than those studio producers who did horrible shit to child actors. Like, no. Nah. No, dude, that is something, by the way, I will emphasize this because hey, you know, this may one day happen, by the way. If I were to get married and have a kid, right? And I'm still streaming, and you guys, like, of course I'll be like, yeah, I have a kid right now, right? Maybe they'll have the Sensu model. Maybe I'll have a little camera, like a little, like the Vtuber camera, right? So it's not actually like their face, but like the tracking on Sensu, and they'll just go, right? If I were to ever have a kid and I were ever to like talk about them, first off, never would say their name, right? They would always have a nickname, of course. But also number 2 is I would never show them in any aspect except maybe like I would show them like a hand where it's like they're waving their hand or something to the camera or something like that. You know what I mean? Like something as small as that, and something that is never like in any way revealing of their identity or showing them in something that could be damning to sick ass people. Like, no. Uncle Wandering will be here to make your kid laugh. Listen, I'm fairly certain my child would laugh at the giant Sunchu plushie that is right behind me, by the way. If I recall correctly, the script Josh allegedly wrote starts with Drake being a washed-up failed musician playing songs for... That's awful. Like... And, like, it's... You know what makes me so sad? Because I was actually looking this up because of Full House. Because I'm rewatching Full House right now. Right? I was looking this up and I was like, dude, it's really sad seeing child actors who either were in very bad situations while they were acting, or who never was in a bad situation necessarily while they were acting, but when they were done with acting, or when they were done with, like, being the star of this show, they went into bad things, right? And Josh Bing some says, dude, I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of Josh Peck, I don't remember if that's his like real name or if that was like the stage name. I don't remember anymore. But like a lot of his actual content right now, him and John Stamos, who played Uncle Jesse, right? Both of them are currently in in a show together, like right now, acting together. They've been talking on a podcast and stuff, and I'm just like, the more I listen to them, the more I really don't like them. The more I listen to them, the more I really don't like them. You know what's something that I just recently heard again, and I had the biggest goddamn ick. So Josh is talking with John Stamos about the idea that, like, oh, you know, did you get the Olsen twins fired from Full House? And then John Stamos, aka Uncle Jesse again, was like, I didn't try. I succeeded. I got them fired for like a few days. And it's from like the very first, like it's the second episode that happened, where the second episode, the girls, who are 11, by the way, keep this in mind, they're twins. They're 11 months old, not 8 years, 11 months old. They're crying and they're screaming. They're being babies. They're children, right? And so, like, you know, they were crying, and then John Stamos did not want to be a part of it, and blah, blah, blah. And so, he swapped them, like, they swapped them out for 2 different twins to see if, like, they would work or anything like that. And then the podcast takes this weird freaking line, and I really don't like it. I think that it is, where John Stamos is like, oh yeah, the new twins, they're like 2 redheads, and obviously they're toddlers, that they have to be for the show to work. They're toddlers, they're twin toddlers, right? And like John Stamos is like, yeah, no, like, you know, they're 2 redheads, and then he makes like a weird comment where he's like, yeah, they're 2 redheads, they're attractive, and it's like, what? In no vocabulary of in any possible goddamn kind, normal or anything, I would never use the term attractive when talking about not even a year-old babies. Hello? Right? And then, like, I could show you the TikTok. I think I still have it saved because I saw it like a few days ago. But Like, and then the another co-host that, like, there's a third person there. They're like, oh, you know, like redheads are like hit or miss. They could be like, you know, like they are like they could be like the cutest people, or they could, like, you have to hide them in a closet. And I'm like, first off, you're saying this about children, but second of all, the attractive comment is like, I could not, like, get out of that. I was like, what the actual fuck? Like, actually, what in the goddamn? By the way, the Full House cast is wildly controversial in so many different ways. Wildly controversial. I remember this, and also because one, the experiences of me going through that show, that was my show growing up, but also seeing what happened to the cast, seeing like the continuing of the cast when they decided to remake the show in Fuller House, etc. Wild. Don't get me wrong, I love the show. The actors are kind of all over the place, and I'll explain why in a second. I remember he also made up some story about how Drake insulted Josh's wife at a big Nickelodeon party. Josh claimed he went to Drake, claimed he went all Godfather on Drake, and quietly demanded he apologize. That's gross. That's so gross. But, like, you could see the entire party on camera. It never happened. That's gross. That's so gross. Anyways, okay, getting away from, like, this kind of specific conversation, let's talk about the weird things that happen with, like, TV. Like, for example, hey, do you guys remember, like, this might be something that I remember specifically because it happened in California, but do you guys remember, like, a story that happened, like, 5-6 years, no, actually, it would be 7 years now, 7 years ago, where there was a big scandal regarding very high and expensive, like, colleges and universities, where there was, like, an actual scandal and court investigation regarding parents who would bribe the school with, like, legitimately thousands upon thousands of money in order for them to keep their kid in, to fix their grades, to, like, have them graduate from, like, these high-end schools, including but not limited to, like, USC and everything. One of them, and one of the big people involved in that scandal, was Aunt Becky, aka Rebecca Donaldson, aka Uncle Jesse's wife in the Full House, right? And you know what's the funniest thing? I will always remember, because I remember seeing the video first before this whole thing came up. The reason why the scandal came up in the first place was because her daughter literally admitted it on TikTok. Her daughter, and quite frankly, I'm gonna tell you this right now: if your parents are doing this, shut up about it. Like, the way she thought she was so invincible that she could say it publicly and that, like, there wasn't gonna be anything that comes out of it is absurd. But the fact that she went, like, see, this is why I'm saying that sometimes privileged people very much just don't have a concept of, like, being untouchable. They think that they're untouchable, you know what I mean? Or not being untouchable, you know? She literally went on TikTok, was filming in her dorm room and saying, like, she could do whatever the hell she wants because her mom more or less literally pays for her to get good grades, or pays the school to give her good grades, and eventually will get her to graduate later. And it's like, and, like, they paid for her to be in the school. And usually what ends up happening is, like, they get paid because, like, oh, they go into a scholarship, like, they get in because of a, like, scholarship recommendation program to be in a sport and blah blah blah, and then, you know, they just get paid to go to get good grades and do nothing but just get the degree. And it's horrid. But the fact that the kid literally, she just went on TikTok and outright admitted it, and it got to the point where the mom and the dad, I think, both went to jail. I know the mom was in jail for 2 years, right? They both pleaded guilty, like, because they couldn't do anything about it. It was admitted, everything was admitted, and it was a massive scandal. It wasn't just them. It was a severe amount of severe amount of parents who would do this, like a bunch of, like, actor parents who would literally just send their kids off to whatever school, let them party, and then just, like, have them graduate like they did everything themselves, right? And it's wild. It is wild, the fact that even was the case, because, like, then it broke a lot of the, like, most trusted schools in all of the United States. It broke the trust, because who is going to trust that, oh, like, you know, this rich kid actually went through school and got their degree and didn't get paid, and they didn't just pay for it, They didn't just pay for their degree or anything like that. It's wild. They'd rather have clean reputations than properly learned kids. Exactly. It's hilarious to see people who don't understand that their privilege only works if they keep quiet. Literally, I'm being so real. If you're going through with something and it's absolutely not a good thing, just keep quiet. Keep quiet, bro. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to say anything. You could have literally, like, she could have literally had not done a single thing. She could have just stayed quiet and not said a single thing. And guess what? Literally, nothing would have happened. Nothing would have happened. But because that blew up and then so many more things blew up, it ruined the reputations of all the schools, because now the schools are under fire for accepting these briberies. And also all of these graduates now, those who actually graduated correctly and studied and everything, now they're getting flack because it's like, oh, did you graduate, or did your mom and dad pay for your degree? Goodness grief. So like she went to jail for that, and she was fired from Fuller House. Uncle Jesse got a DUI, I think, and then he went into rehab for the sequel. The entire like series is like wild. The girls of the show all have completely vastly different situations that have happened. The Olsen twins, if you guys grew up in the 90s and like saw, they were everywhere. They were literally everywhere. I grew up with them literally being on every single television, every single book, every single little thing. They were everywhere, the Olsen twins, right? And they don't want to do anything with acting, so they're not a part of the new show, right? DJ literally became like this massive like Christian preaching, like anti-LGBTQ, etc. like person, like genuinely. And it doesn't help that I think her brother also is like a huge like pastor or something like that as well. But it's like, what? Okay, so she's like like heavily Republican. And then Stephanie, unfortunately, like after she was done with the school, ever since she was done with Full House, she got into a lot of big trouble. Like she just didn't care a lot about like school or anything. She was getting herself into very bad situations and bad things. And also, if I remember correctly, bad relationships too. Like she was in really, really bad situations regarding her relationships. I think it was her, not DJ, who went through that. But I could be wrong about that. I could be switching which girl was it, but I know that Stephanie literally went through like hell actually for like years before she finally got clean and like actually started like, you know, like taking care of herself essentially, and like kind of like getting her life back together. And then she got into the show, but apparently her like both of the two girls, which by the way, wild to think that they more or less grew up together. They literally more or less grew up together because of the show, but they're not friends in any capacity because of the fact that they have completely vastly different belief systems, right? And it's not the, oh well, you should be able to be friends with anyone even if you have different belief systems. No, that's not the case. The fact that like I'm genuinely shocked and surprised that after everything that like DJ's actress went through regarding the show, you would think that like she would like not be a Republican, I guess. But then again, you know, the 80s and 90s have vastly different situations, I guess. So who knows? Also, by the way, what on earth is this whole thing with Call of Duty having a Persona 5 collaboration? What on earth is happening with that? Never heard of that. I literally just looked and is this a joking teaser? I have no idea, but I think that yeah, apparently Call of Duty Mobile is having a collaboration with Persona 5. That's crazy. The game collaborators are getting out of control. Oka, hydration check. I will hydrate. I'm also crying apparently, huh? There we go. Oka ice cream check. I have to go get ice cream. What do you mean? I have to go get ice cream from my fridge if I was gonna go ice cream check. By the way, something that like genuinely, right, is so painful is have you guys ever, like, I don't know if you guys grew up with this or not. Did you guys ever grow up with this show like El Tigre and like a lot of different like Spanish like shows like the Book of Life or anything like that? Did you guys ever like grow up with those kinds of shows? Did you hear about the situation that happened? Cause dude, why? Oh, also, wait, no, there's no way. Yeah, I know. Okay, I don't know if did he make those shows? I don't know if he made some of the other Nickelodeon shows, but supposedly the creator for that has approved of having an animated AI, like a new AI animated project with Amazon for it. Like the fact that he literally was able to create so many beautiful kind of like shows that was very near and dear for a lot of people who are both Spanish, who are like, you know, in those kind of ranges of cultures, is wild. Like, especially for like Nickelodeon, like that was where like a lot of Mexican, Spanish, etc. culture, Spaniard culture, etc. like it comes from, or not comes from, but like that's like it came. Like I learned a lot about it from like those kinds of shows, or like, you know, in general. And the fact that people are like, he's a sellout for it. Yeah, he's currently working on a project called Punky Duck through Amazon's Gen AI Creators Fund. The initiative aimed to giving creators access to professional grade AI tools and funding for ew. Latino, yes. Sorry, I'm very ignorant regarding cultures. Please, I really want to learn to make sure that I'm not ignorant. And sometimes it will just kind of like bounce off my head. So please, if I ever am saying something wrong, please let me know that I'm saying something wrong. I want to make sure that I am correct with what I'm saying, and sometimes I'm not correct, or a lot of times I'm not correct. And that is my personal thing. Which is funny, by the way, living in Southern California. See. Let's see. I'm looking right now for the artist that writes or who draws like an older version of the main character from El Tigre. I'm like looking right now. I'm literally looking to see where is the art piece from them. Because I know that they put like a FU, like, what the fuck is this kind of art piece for that, for sure. Yeah, there's nothing professional about Gen AI in any capacity. That's so funny. That's so funny. Prez, you don't understand. Prez, I was going to raid you about like an hour ago, or 2 hours ago. I was going to raid you 2 hours ago, but every single time I was going to raid you, I kept getting raided by someone else. So then I ended up yapping, and I literally just clicked your stream just to see you raid into me. I was like, okay guys, I think it's good time to and now we're stopping another Oka raid. Hi, Prez. I hope you're doing well. I hope that you were having a lot of fun with Monster Hunter Stories. I was watching your stream. I hope everything's been good for you. Welcome in, welcome in. For those of you guys who don't know who I am, hello, everybody. My name is LadyOka. I'm your comfy, cozy, Vtuber. I'm just here to have fun, bring a warm and welcoming community, and make it a little bit easier on your guys' days where I'm able to. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream, Prez? I know I was watching, but you gotta tell it for the chat. Are you winning? We're having a lot of interesting conversations, a lot of them regarding like the goods and bads and like weirds of like old television, like 80s, 90s, early 2000s shows. So listen, if you guys want to have a conversation about that, we were talking about the like dilemmas regarding like things that have happened and like, for example, like old Nickelodeon and stuff. Also, we just found out, or rather I just found out that apparently like a creator who made a lot of like Spanish, Latino, like kind of like shows on Nickelodeon literally apparently sold out and freaking started like is now working on a project through Amazon's Gen AI Creators Fund to create a generative AI like animated series. And oh my lord, punch, destroy them, sell out, actually crazy. It's whatever. Get skill check. That's crazy. And happy anniversary. Thank you. It is my 4-year anniversary, my lovelies. And if you guys want, we have a customized badge. It is the original Sunchu design. It is for 5 subs, but you permanently get it, and it's gonna be until Friday, I believe. So we're just having a silly, goofy time. We've just been yapping this entire time. Yay, we got more Oka. Got a yap for these people now. Let's go, Oka. Not another yapathon. Oh my god. Also, hello, Benny. Went well, made some progress, cleared outside quest, and finally got my boy. Hey, let's go. Congratulations, Prez. That bag better be huge. That bag will never be big enough to consider the fact that they literally are now a sellout, and they will never be able to be like recognized well in the animation community, like ever. And like all of their art and their shows have been tainted because of this bad creator. By the way, Prez, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Thank you. Buddy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Thank you. Thank you guys for the near hype train. Gosh. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much, lovelies. Thank you. Murder, actually. But yes, thank you so much. And also, my lovely, if you guys got a gifted sub from any one of our lovelies, then please make sure you guys go give lots of love and appreciation over to them. If you don't know who specifically, you can check it out in your sub page as well. But my lovelies, I will just say this right now. First off, by the way, hi, it's my 4 years on Twitch anniversary. 2, it's also Eid. It's Eid al-Adha. So Eid Mubarak to all of those brothers and sisters who celebrate. I celebrate. I was in Eid prayer right after I had to rush out of the house this morning. But what was I gonna say? But yeah, if any of you guys need to go get some sleep, food, water, anything like that, then you do not have to feel like you have to stay in any capacity. Please, I appreciate you guys. I adore you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for spending time with me. But I know it is super late. It is 1 a.m. for those in the East Coast. It is much later for those of you guys who are beyond the sea. So if you guys need to go, and like get some rest, don't worry about me. I appreciate it so much. We've been yapping about literally anything and everything. I'm not even joking. So if you guys have a topic, you guys could also ask away and we'll yap about it, whether it be personal or not. Oh, okay, I got my henna done again. Ooh, wait. Do you have it posted on Twitter or something? I want to see. I love seeing henna. Oh, you did. Oh my god, that looks so good. Wait, that looks so good. Dude, I love the way that the moon is coming out from the bottom part of your hand. Oh my god, that's so nice. Oh, I love that. Listen, I need to get henna done on my hands again. I haven't had any kind of like henna done in any capacity on me in like so long, just because I haven't had the time or patience to sit down and do it. But man, do I want to go and get my like henna done. There we go. But yes. And this is what I mean by talking about... Wait, what? Hello again. Hello. And this is what I mean by talking about TV shows. It's Oka talking about Full House. Listen, I'm just yapping. That's what it is, you know? I'm lucky my sis does it for wedding gigs, so I ask her from time to time. You know what? That's so valid. Listen, what is henna? So it is a... Okay, how do I explain it in a way that makes sense? It's like essentially a plant-based... Oh, sorry. Stop crying. It is essentially like a plant-based dye. Kind of like, you know, like how tattoos are, where it's like you're puncturing ink into your skin to be ink permanent, or like let's say temporary tattoos, like you know how like temporary tattoos you're like putting a temporary like ink on your body. Henna is a plant-based ink that is usually made from like dried powdered leaves, or that will kind of have a more like reddish to brownish stain on you, but a lot of people use it and have like, it's almost like in a kind of like almost like in an ink pen. Not like style, not like an actual ink pen, but like they will use it, and they will use henna paste to draw on like your hands to create henna, like a design on your hands. And so henna can be used in a lot of ways, by the way. Henna specifically is the paste, but like henna designs specifically, a lot of people get it for celebrations, for Eid, for weddings, for like events that are happening. You will get it like on your hand, your arm, anything like that. I have old pictures of myself with henna designs on my hand, but like dude, it's been like so long, I don't know where the like they would probably be on like the bottom end of my like Twitter page if I were to look. So shrug. Gotta get through my night routine. So much love and happiness to y'all. Goodbye. Rest easy, Prez. Also, my lovelies, if you guys don't know Prez, go give them lots of love and appreciation, okay? Click somewhere near your name around the chat box. It should be under channel badges. I don't know, someone smarter could help me, help more specifically than me. You would have to go to where you can change your badges. So click on your badge identity, like on the side. Scroll down, you should see a custom badge, like flare or something like that. You can see like, oh, you can get a customized badge for this channel, and then that's where you would do it. It'll be a customized badge for you. That's what it would be. But yeah, like henna is very nice. It is a temporary tattoo, so it's not something that is something that's permanent. But it is a very long lasting. It is a very long lasting like quote unquote tattoo, right? And it's also plant based, so it's like halal usually, right? It can water can permeate it, so that would be it's called water can permeate through henna, so you would be able to pray with it, so it's not something that is like haram for us. And well, for the most part, some of them apparently aren't the greatest, but shrug. I'm not too knowledgeable regarding that. But what was I going to say? Oh, let me grab this real quick. But henna's nice. It is genuinely used for celebration. It is very nice. And it honestly is like it's customizable too. That's the biggest thing. You can literally make it your own, because you can ask, hey, can I kind of get this kind of design, but with this and this and this, and you can get it all done with an artist or by yourself. If you have like steady hands to do it by yourself, you can always do it by yourself too. The only problem is it's very, very staining. While it is still in paste form, it is very staining while it is not dry. So you literally cannot use your hand for a severe amount of time, because you legitimately can't, like, if you accidentally put it on like your pillow, rip you, dude. You are so, like, it is gone. You know what I mean? You are not gonna have a fun time. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You are severely not gonna have a fun time. So smiles. I would very, very much hope that you do not you get henna without realizing that you pretty much can't use your hand for like a night and a half, more or less. But yeah. It is in its own way. A lot of things. Not. Sanchu, eat the potato on your head. Mom, I have not been able to obtain it. I can't reach. You see, I can't move it off my head. It's not moving on! Okay, hold on. Him being so happy that there's potato. There's always potato here for Sanchu. But yeah, I do like henna. I do want to get more henna at some point. Thank you for that, Pat. Thank you. Anyways, Crack Snuggles. Oh, thank you for the head pet for Sanchu as well. Thank you. All right, my lovelies. I am going to raid out. Okay. Because I'm exhausted and I was literally going, I wasn't lying. I was going to raid out like 3 hours ago. But because we kept getting raided, I didn't want to leave. I felt bad. And also I want to yap with you guys, of course. So we're gonna raid out before this next ad break. We're not gonna deal with the ad breaks. Are you sure? I want to. I need to go sleep. Guys, if you guys didn't know, I'm running on like 2 hours of sleep right now. Please let me rest. Please let me sleep. I'm running on 2 hours of sleep and I've been up for like so many hours. Someone quick raider. Nah! Nah! Oh my god. But yes, my lovelies, if you guys don't know, by the way, I play a lot of Final Fantasy 14. I also play a lot of RPG games where I'm able to, or just chill and yap with you guys. So please. I hope to see you guys during my other streams. Tomorrow and Friday, I will be streaming Final Fantasy 14. It may be just a chill day. We're just going to be probably just doing the role quests for the next 2 days. So we're just going to be yapping, bapping, and you'll have regular LadyOka 2.0 back up again. Eid Mubarak for my lovelies who have came in. And again, if you guys want to get the original Sanchu icon, we will have that for the next 2 days. And you told me off for not sleeping. I couldn't sleep! Mika, the coffee kept me awake! It was so bad. Also, that's crazy. Don't get Mika to go live just to raid me. But yes, but I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for spending time with me. Thank you for the 4-year anniversary. We will do little celebrations throughout the next couple of days. But please, take it easy. I appreciate you guys immensely. And I want to talk to you guys tomorrow, so I hope to see you then. Bye-bye! Also, give Kobe lots of love!